Adagio for Strings has literally got to be one of my favourite tracks of all time. Okay, boys and girls, good morning, good morning. How are we all doing? Hope we are well. I've got my coffee cooking. I'm a bit late again because, well, you know, I'm terrible with timings. But today we're going to derp around a little bit with Enchanting. I suspect that we should get a good understanding of Enchanting nice and early. More importantly, find out if any of it's bugged or broken or being stupid because, well, without question, it's been probably the most used profession for goal-making purposes. The entire expansion. So let's try and, ooh, do we do a Blood Elf just because of the racial? Or do we test it without the racial and then see if there's any need for the racial? Probably safer to test it without, and then we'll see if there's any clear and obvious locations where having the racial might be of benefit. I know that question will get asked. Monthly Enchanting. First day of snow, finally. Oh, we didn't really get anything. We didn't get much at all. We had a dusting of icing sugar and then it rained. I'm too far south for proper snow yet, but glad you've had some. Give it a couple of weeks though, you'll be like, this fucking snow, will it go away? At least I am anyway. I love it when it turns up and I hate it when it doesn't go away. Your insight yesterday made me want to have a 5th account, but I'll settle for 4 now. A 5th account? I mean, you got to have good reason to go up to a full 5, but got to have real good reason to go up to 5. Although 4 is a weird number to have. If you're going to have 4, you might as well have 5, because then it means you can, like, level via dungeons as a full team and stuff. Snowed here late last night. Haven't looked outside to see if it's gone yet. Yeah, we, you know, I'm only an hour from you, but it's, we didn't really get much yesterday. Bit of cold rain, bit of snow, frozen puddles. Yeah, that seems to be the play at the moment. Right, okay. Let's, oh. Ha! Okay, this is weird. Why is it giving me... Sure. These max level realms are almost very deliberately disconnected from everything else in your account, which means you start getting weird and wacky achievements on them for like almost no reason. Right, let's grab Enchanting. First and foremost, we should probably see how Enchanting looks and feels to level. We will need to consider how we get materials. For the purpose of leveling, maybe we do just steal a bag of enchanting mats. Enchanting goods. Huge bag of enchanting goods. Ha! Okay, yeah, of course. They're only high quality stuff, aren't they? Alright, sure. That's not too much of a problem. We'll have to test some disenchanting at some point anyway. We need to figure out what the hell we can disenchant though. Here's a question. Is there anything on the cheap vendors that's just a basic ass green piece of gear that can get disenchanted? I bet there isn't, is there? These are crafting reagents. That's an optional reagent. Can't see why they'd give us a random green piece of gear to disenchant. Has anybody found a good something to disenchant yet? I know there was some chatter in the Discord yesterday. People were like, they'd made some profession gear and that wasn't disenchantable, which is also going to cause frustration when it comes to testing stuff. If we can't test disenchanting at all, we are like literally going into enchanting completely blind. Blacksmithing apron, is that an option? Does that actually disenchant? Yeah, we'll probably have to pair it up with something else that's quick and easy to... Just kind of half hoping that there'd be some random piece of green gear in here that could just get disenchanted, but That's maybe wishful thinking, isn't it? These are all just purely mats.
Welcome, friend.
Looking for something special?
I wonder if they've actually decided on the name of this alloy yet. Is it going to be a sterling alloy or a dazzling alloy? I wonder if that's still broken in blacksmithing. It's not looking hopeful for just an easy, quick piece of gear to disenchant, is there? No. Okay, right. So we're going to need to pair enchanting with something to disenchant. Available to help out in remix if you need me. Oh yeah, because yeah, we've got a new remix build, haven't we? We've got basically everything available to us, I think now. They've just opened the floodgates, I believe. I did go in there and look at spending some bronze just to see if I needed huge amounts of it or not, and I think I've actually bought everything with the bronze already, so I don't think I've got much need to farm it per se, other than maybe a few more achievements and bits and pieces maybe. Oh, you're replying to Chalida. Okay, maybe she asked you. My coffee ready? My coffee's ready. Alright, let's just see how enchanting feels to level first then. Let's start at the beginning. Then we can figure out disenchanting and specs and that sort of stuff. So, oh, that's the wrong one. Enchanting. What else are we going to need? We're going to need vellums. We're going to need that on the bars. Let's put that on the bars. Need to farm it. Decor will come from remix. Yeah, but I mean, you'll be able to unlock the item with remix, but then you'll be able to buy them later on in the game with gold if you want more of them anyway. We need a ruined enchanting rod, or a fulgent copper rod at least. Where are you gonna be? One of you. There's that problem fixed.
The winds guide you.
Okay, so where do we get to start then? The very first thing we get to... Can we disenchant these? Can we make our own rods and disenchant them? Fulgent copper rod. Wait, isn't that made by blacksmithing? No. Where do we get that from?
I've been expecting you.
That's a ruined copper rod.
Looking for something
Am I failing at the first hurdle here? Okay, I may be failing at the first hurdle. Isn't that meant to just be a vendor item?
I have just the thing for you.
Oh, female goblin has it.
Interesting.
Mimsy got one. I blasted past it. I must have. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Sense we're getting close now. There we go. Refulgent copper rod.
Be good.
I have just
Okay. Give me the trainer. The reality is you're probably not going to make these when leveling because of the extra cost. You'll just make the enchants because at least you might be able to sell that. Well, you might be able to sell either of them. Can we disenchant these? That's the first question. Yes. Okay. Well, that's interesting. At least for the purpose of testing disenchanting rates, you can... it's not viable to do it, let me point out, on the once the game goes live, because you're not going to put 5 dust in to get 1 dust out, but at least for the purpose of testing disenchanting, just make a shitload of these and then disenchant them. Okay. So we can test disenchanting greens at least. Oh, I need vellums. Where are the vellums?
Money, friend.
God, I wish there was a search. When there's 15 pages, they could at least put a search function. Especially if you know what the item's called. Is there... What's in this generic bag of goodies? General goods.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Motes, fused vitalities, tormented tantaliums, petrified roots, and sparks. Okay. That's a general bag of goodies for end game gear crafting. That's not really a very general bag of goodies for actually testing the professions, though. Optional goods. That's going to be the optional reagents. Huge bag of midnight minerals, herbs, alchemy stuff. The enchanting goods just gave us these. We're going to want one of those. We're going to want one of those. And then we're going to need 1,000. Wait, what? Oh, enchanting. There we go. Going to want one of those as well.
Ancestors watch.
Vellums, 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 vellums. No, that's the scribe one. Is that... That's not it, surely, right? Enchanting vellum. Go. Same page as the basic copper rods.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Hey, try again. Try again. At first you do not succeed. Try again. Right, slam it on the vellum. Cool. Okay, we're good. No rank 1 mats anyway in the bags. Yeah, we K-Chak, myself, and Zanzaful have all suggested to Blizzard that we need rank 1 mats. So we'll see if they listen. So bang out a few of these until we get skill 5. We can continue to craft those, but you might as well harvest first time crafts. No, no, no. Oh, flipping Lord have mercy.
Peace. We shall meet again.
Why did that try and... Okay, make a few of these. Oh my god, for the purpose of leveling, you do not switch into that. You might craft one of them for first time craft, but this is actually where it's going to be quite fun for me, actually. When it comes to making the leveling guides for the professions, this is one of those things where I can sort of suggest to people that they're going to want to craft it for the first time bonuses, but it is worth harvesting first. If you're not in a rush, harvest first time craft bonuses with your concentration. Now, of course, the numbers are slightly skewed here in terms of concentration usage, but you'll take just your basic materials. So you basically shouldn't waste your first time craft bonuses on making shit. Unless you're in a real rush, you should just come along, use basic materials and actually concentrate, because then you'll get a high quality one, and that high quality one will actually be of some value to somebody, and you'll actually make a profit on your first time craft bonuses nearly every single time, really. You couldn't really do that previously because your quality 1 materials plus having no skill in anything would only ever give you a quality 2 thing, so that was still completely pointless. Whereas now, harvesting first time crafts, if you're smart about it, you sort of chip away at them slowly over a few days. If you know you're not going to be able to hit like a threshold of knowledge points to, you know, achieve something special, you're not going to have access to dawn crystals before the mythic dungeons open. Well, delves can drop epic gear whilst you're leveling, which can then be disenchanted, so there will be some, but you're right, there won't be that many. And even when the mythic dungeons do open, your dawn crystals will high quality dawn crystals are going to require not only people to disenchant gear that under normal circumstances they might be equipping, but they also are going to need to be properly spec'd into disenchanting as well. High quality dawn crystals are going to be expensive. But that doesn't mean there won't be a demand for the things that comes from them, so... So yeah, in this scenario, for example, you're not going to craft this for purpose of leveling right now. It's way too expensive. But when you do come to harvest first-time crafts, then, you know, just slam a bit of concentration in it, make something that's worthwhile instead of something that would otherwise be basically vendor trash. I assume we make 5 more of those then. Unless it goes yellow. Disenchanting the Dark Moon cards will be interesting, although expensive. Very expensive. But of course, if there is no... I mean, if there is something that can be crafted that is epic, that can then be disenchanted, until there is a better option, it will be the only option. It means if disenchanting Dark Moon trinkets is the way you get crystals, then so be it. And crystals will just be very expensive, but they'll tank in value soon as Mythic Dungeon, Mythic Plus opens. Something that you'll be aware of. Oh, that's an ouch moment straight away. That's an ouch moment. From 15 to 20, you're going to just have to grind out yet more of these. Hope you get lucky, even though you're not going to get guaranteed points. Now, there's a possibility that disenchanting stuff gets you this early. Sometimes disenchanting gets you the first 20, 25 points, which becomes another option for leveling enchanting. But you're seriously not going to want to be crafting these because the expense of those is going to be bananas. Stepping into oils is a potential, because once again, it's really nice that you get a weapon enchant so early in your leveling adventure, but they are going to be dumb level expensive to craft for the purpose of leveling. Meaning here, you probably are going to either want to try your luck crafting yet more of these, 5 dust going into each one, or you're going to want to throw a vendor mat and 5 motes of light at it. The cost of 5 motes of light is what gives you the guaranteed skill point, I think you'd still craft these and hedge your bets, honestly. Those 5 motes are going to be not cheap, is my guess here. So do we push to 25 with these? You can see here, you know, when it's yellow, you might only get a point. There's no guaranteeing getting a point. Well, now it's gone green as well. With it going green, you probably do want to stop. And you are going to push probably into making these instead. And again, there's the option here, since you only need to do 3 crafts of these, that you could potentially look at using some concentration on these to get you some actual Phoenix oils that might then go and sell for slightly higher price. But we're going to need some vials at the very least. There'll be in here somewhere.
Keep it real.
Actually, looking at this, even using high quality dust here, your concentration usage on making these is bananas. So yeah, even you might just have to eat the cost of making some of these. Hope that you can sell the quality ones off roughly what they cost in the first few days. I try to look at the leveling of professions from the perspective of trying to make stuff that you might be able to recoup as much, if not all, of the gold from. That really helps cut down the early leveling cost, and it means if you're leveling, you know, quite aggressively in the first couple of days, probably early access, let's point out, most serious players are going to be doing this during early access. You want to try and make sure that you're crafting something in a way that allows you to recuperate the cost of it. It then, in essence, makes the skill up free. What did we learn then? We learned Enchant Ring, Nature's Wrath, which is another currently absolute freebie. And we also learned the Illusionary Adornment, Blooming Light, which is likely to actually be a similar cost. So you got an either or option there. But assuming motes are a couple of $100 gold a piece and dust is a bit cheaper than that, we'll go with the dust route. 5 points. Enchant Shoulders. Light of the Eagle. Okay, another one that gets very expensive very quickly, using 3 times as much dust, shards, crystals, 15 motes ago. Something that you'll probably not gonna want to craft, so we're gonna go back to these and push these as far as these go. At least another 5 to get to 35 by the looks of things. What we got from enchanting so far? Well, we're starting, you know, we're starting at the basics. We're starting at the beginning. We're just testing out, seeing how how leveling it feels first. Is there any like real expensive parts? Is there any real bottlenecks in it? How far can you go with it? That sort of thing. There is also the option as well, I would point out, we'll look at this in a bit more detail as well, that there is once again, where is it? The gleeful glamour businessy things in one of these. There's the possibility when you get 25 doing the same thing as we did before with a few skill points, It's actually, do you even learn all of the recipes from this? Oh, maybe you don't learn the recipes from here. That was a cheeky way to get a whole bunch of first-time crafts from these. Where do these recipes come from? Oh, that's interesting. Well, whilst that can't be tested so much here, once again, there's the chance of going to a vendor and just buying all of these recipes. You need midnight. I mean, you can buy the first one at skill 5. Are you just going to go to this NPC, buy a whole bunch of these recipes to get you skilled all the way up to like 50 plus? Because if you need enchanting 50 to even craft this thing, it should also then probably be giving you skill points. But in fact, look, you see there's no arrows next to any of these. Maybe they've maybe they've thought of that. There's no arrows next to any of these. Meaning even buying these recipes, they're not going to give you skill points. So maybe they didn't like that's how people leveled enchanting. Maybe they didn't like that and they've already thought about that. So maybe that's not an option. Knowledge point farm all the same though, yeah. You can basically then, for the cost of crafting one of these, for the cost of 1 mote and 2 dust, and 60 gold to buy the recipe, you can farm first time crafts from these though. Where there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's 25 of them. I haven't checked every one, but I'm going to assume they're all sold by that same vendor. So that's potentially 25 knowledge points you can just come and quote-unquote buy for whatever the cost of 25 motes and 50 dust is. Craft 1 of each, plus the cost of each recipe, 60 gold a piece. It's not going to cost a lot to get 25 knowledge points. I also need to start making notes of this. Or alternatively, I'm going to have to come back and transcribe my own VOD. I'll make notes on this later. Is there any other cheaty ways? I mean, we're not really struggling for cheap things to craft right now. We can still craft these for 5 points. Oh, hang on, we get a hexing leeching one now. Ah, it's another big expensive one. So you're probably still just gonna craft 5 more of these and hope for good RNG. Unless it goes green. Didn't go green at 38. Means it might stay yellow all the way. Okay, that's fine. A weapon and a wand. The wand becomes the cheapest way to get skill points here without a shadow of a doubt. The weapon, arcane mastery, is always going to be expensive. But like I said, if you're harvesting first time crafts, throw some concentration at it. At least craft yourself a good one. But for the purpose of just leveling, make a few wands, I think. The likelihood is then you're just going to disenchant these straight again to get your shard back, I would guess. Have we forgotten already the Dark Moon card incident during the War Within? Unless the drop rate has changed, expect Dawn Crystals to be available. Well, the early indications is that the card drop rate is not as high. But you know, like for example, I leveled a character all the way to 90 questing, doing the campaign, and I did not get a single card to drop. Now, of course, that's only, that's only one player's perspective. To be fair, I was not a scribe at the time, but I've also had it confirmed that scribes, you don't need to be a scribe to get the cards this time. I've had players who are not scribe find the cards, even though I did the whole campaign, got to 90 and didn't find a card. Sort of starting to indicate that they might be a little bit more rarer. Plus, they've padded out the entire Dark Moon card system within Inscription, kind of half leading me to think that they want them to go back to being, something, rather than the nothing that they were. But, yeah, we should bear it in mind still. If we craft 2 of these, we'll get to 46, so that unlocks something else. Good chance we keep crafting them, though, considering they're still 3 points. Our alternative is to switch back to making this. Well, we know full well that dust is going to be more expensive than the shards anyway, so go back, craft some of these, and we can get the shard back all the same at the end of it. Actually, if this stays... Yeah, we can get to 52 skill points from here. We can slingshot a bit further, even if it goes yellow. Yeah, there we go. Then we crafted 4 of these. What did we get? Blessing of Speed, Shoulders of Thalassian Recovery. Blessing of Speed is expensive. Helm and a shoulder. Okay, we're now in expensive only mode, which may very well lead you at this point to actually... Oh. Armani Mastery? Oh shit, when did we learn this one? Okay, now that one's gone yellow, we make some of these for probably the remaining 3 points. That's an easy one. What I hope is that we can get to 80 without too much complication. That's what would be really nice. If we can get to 80 without too much complication, then you can actually theoretically use the decor crafting, maybe, to push you to 100. So 2 weapon enchants, adding out our 4 basic weapon enchants via the trainers. And that has learnt us every recipe minus the decor ones from a trainer. I got 2, not a subscribe. Okay, well that's good to know. Did you have to do side quests as well to hit 90 or just the campaign? I was able to hit 90 with just the campaign, but I did also do it in war mode. So you get the 10% bonus in war mode. Well, I got to 89 and a bit. The best part of all the way. If you do it without war mode, though, you might find yourself at like 88 or something after doing the campaign. But once you finish the campaign, you unlock adventure mode. So at that point, you're going to run off and start doing world quests and stuff anyway for the rep. So our only guaranteed options are relatively expensive ones. We either make a few more rings or we make a few more of these. What we don't really have is much in the way of getting from 55. We can maybe push to 60 with some of these, albeit expensive. Albeit you might want to start, actually, instead of crafting these... oh, that's sort of interesting. These... 2 dawn crystals, 2 dawn crystals, 2 dawn crystals, 2 dawn crystals. 5 motes, 35 dust, only 20 dust. More dust. It depends if your Arcano Weave bolts end up turning up on the auction house at a reasonable price. I would imagine the cost of 15 dust is way more than the cost of 2 Arcano Weave bolts. Meaning I think the Arcane Masteries will probably end up being the best option for guaranteed skill points from here. Is there a cheaper option anywhere else? These look... The shoulder enchants look attractive because they use less materials here, but then when you realise they use 15 motes instead of 5... For reference, in my head, I'm having motes costing about 250 gold each. Just based on how annoying they are to farm for, and just how many of them are going to be needed by everybody all at the same time. Is there anything... I mean, to be honest, you're going to just mass produce these at this cost. You're going to mass produce these and just absolutely max these out. Like I said, they might end up being vendor trash. You might end up just disenchanting them to get your shard back, but even at green, you're probably going to push these to 60. Still going to be way cheaper than making the big expensive stuff. There we go, 6. Wow, it's technically still green at 60. You could go even further. Has anybody tested which mote is rare? Each mote lives in one of the 4 zones, so you'll be able to target farm all of them. Now, of course, there will be some zones that are more or less fun to farm in. But they're target farmable. There's no, like, 5th big one. You know, like, Awakened Order was the expensive one in Dragonflight, because it was, like, the rare version of in the first place. But that's not a thing anymore. So you can start speccing for some alternative recipes. You can start maybe looking at crafting your oils if that's a path that you want to go into. There are many recipes that are going to be, you can just go out and get them. This Smuggler's Enchanted Edge recipe is from, it drops from a boss in Murder Row. Now, of course, that's one of those that it could either be really, really easy to get and end up being 50 gold on the auction house, especially if everybody running Murder Row dungeons for leveling up in the first couple of weeks, or it could be like stupidly, annoyingly rare and difficult to get and be a 50k recipe in which you'll ignore it, but... World drop, enchant again. Den of Nalarak, another... Oh, a treasure within dungeon. Drop from a rare. Okay, you might probably be able to start looking at the auction house for cheap recipes as alternatives to level up. But you'd really want something that's an easy to get recipe and then cheap to mass produce, which none of these look to be. There is so many enchants that all have this same needing 2 dawn crystals to make them. 3 dawn crystals even when you get to the big weapon enchants. Yeah, near enough every enchant is going to have a similar, somewhat ludicrous price to it. But there isn't really a solid good option. for how to continue leveling up from 60 plus, other than maybe just biting the bullet and mass producing some of these weapon enchants. Which there's no sugarcoating. That's going to be expensive to begin with. How we doing, Chris, by the way? Good morning. Welcome in. Now, of course, Decor does seem to guarantee you skill points, but you can't get the recipes until you're level 80, apparently. And actually, by the looks of things, they haven't been properly implemented yet. You need to get to level 80 some way, shape, or form before you get these ones anyway. So this is maybe where the leveling guide suggestion is going to be to bang out like 10 of these, assuming they give you 2 skill points all the way to 80. Let's have a little look, shall we? Is there anything that's like... Oh, okay, this is still yellow. This means you actually are going to just craft way more of these. This has gone green now. To craft a bunch of these, basically grey this out. $61, 62, 63... $64. I never like suggesting people use recipes that have this low chance of gaining a skill, because RNG can just like either bless you or curse you. There we go, 65 and it's still green. It's part of me that might be suggesting to people that you take this all the way until it greys out. Because these are going to be so much more expensive. Using motes, using crystals. Shards isn't going to be too much of a problem, but you've got 35 dust to make one of these, whereas you're only using 5 dust at a low chance here. You could make 8 of these and, you know... Yeah, I think you're going to grey out this. Just taking however many it takes to grey it out. The 8. $69. Giggity. Probably go grey at 70. It is slightly frustrating that most of these enchants will just get put in the bin. Because if you do this, everybody will do this. $70, there we go. We actually ended up making 39 of those to get the skill points we needed in total. That's pretty harsh. That's quite a lot, but it's still going to be cheaper than banging these out. We're going to need to craft these now anyway. We're going to need to craft probably 5 of whichever one of these is the cheapest. This could possibly be the cheapest one. But then there's also the idea of... this gives 3 skill points. I wonder if that's to bait you into actually crafting that one, or whether that's not meant to be the thing. Some of them giving you 3 skill points. That's interesting. If they're top weapon enchants, won't they at least sell to recover some of the cost? Well, that is true, yeah. And this is where, if you're not in a rush to do this, your best option is to use your quality 1 mats and to use concentration on these. So then you do produce a high quality enchant that, yes, will absolutely sell for probably, well, it should, in theory, sell for a profit as well. But of course, using your concentration is not going... Like, look how much concentration these are taking, whilst I'm actually also using high-quality mats here. You're not going to be using high-quality mats, which means your concentration is going to be far more... You might actually only be able to make, like, one of these with your concentration using low-quality mats or normal quality mats, which we don't have for testing, which is going to make today a little bit more difficult, but... now, of course, you probably will have gone to the auction house and got yourself some green profession tools by this point. So you'll have, I don't know, an extra 20 skill, maybe. But that extra 20 skill isn't making up for even a fraction of what these high-quality materials are doing. But okay then, let's say in theory we craft at least 3 of these. Do we push to 71 somehow? No, we can't. We might have been better out. We might have been better off actually, because we're trying to get to 80. We might have been better off crafting 4 of these and actually stopping at 68. Stopping at 68 and then crafting 4 of these would give us the 12 points we need. We wouldn't have had to waste all of the dust grinding those last 2 green points out. We could just craft 4 of these. Oh, flipping hell. Although, at least in this way, if we make 4 of these now, we slingshot ourselves to 82. Oh, interesting. It's now the only one that's actually stayed giving guaranteed skill points, which means we might craft yet more of these. We do get the decor unlock, but that's actually quite interesting. They clearly don't want you to use decor crafting as a way to level up the last bit, because the recipes are green now. Decor. Yeah, all of the decor stuff is green by the time you can actually learn it anyway. So you are just going to probably mass craft these all the way to 100. If we get into the 90 realm, is there any other options? You're at that point, your only other options are going to be if you're going into making the profession tools, you can buy that recipe from Lorendal, spend some of your moxie, start filling orders for this. These are going to be 2 points a go. That's one option. Grand Focus is a recipe you can choose, a wand you can choose to unlock. You might not need to fish for... You probably don't need to fish for orders, because you can craft baby sparks with engineering. You can craft baby sparks with engineering first, and then you can just craft a few of these, which will just go in the bin, to be fair. But it's at least skill points. It will get you there. 3 of these will get you to 100. Or you've got the other weapon enchants wherever they so come from. But to be honest, you're probably just best off crafting more of these, because this just comes from the trainers. The problem is it's actually a shit enchant. Just provides you a barrier, and then the barrier does a little bit of damage when it pops. It's not an enchant I think people are going to want. What's a baby spark? Engineers this time round can make craftable sparks. Spark of Beginning is its actual name. It's
Yeah, what do you want?
it's one of these. So it's a mini version of a spark. but it's craftable. Provides the following property, sets an item to 5. Ignore the item level bandings there, actually, because it's broken, but it tags it as beginner crafted. You could then theoretically upgrade that with a regular spark at a later date if you wanted to. But more than anything else, it's going to allow people to craft, bind on, pick up end game gear as a way to level their professions without needing somebody to donate their spark and actually need a piece of gear. It's mostly going to be consumed by crafters just looking to power level their profession, I think. But crafting 3 more of these seems like the obvious easy play. There we go. Hey presto. 100 midnight enchanting. Interestingly, if this enchant stays where it is, whilst we did have to craft 10 of those, which is not going to be particularly cheap, that's going to cost you 20 crystals, whatever a crystal ends up costing you. 20 crystals on day 1 is not going to be cheap, let me tell you that for a fact. But it is feasible with just trainer recipes to get all the way to 100 with enchanting, which is nice. I really dislike this fact that they kind of slam the brakes on at like 60 and make it difficult for you, so I kind of like that there is a deterministic way of getting there. Unfortunately, a lot of what you do craft on that path is going to end up being vendor trash. You could go back and disenchant all of these wands, because the problem is you're not going to be making them at high quality even. You're not even going to be making them at quality 3, don't forget, because you're going to be using quality 1 mats when you're leveling. You're not using quality 3 mats, that'd be crazy. But look how much we used in terms of materials though. We used quite a lot of dust. We started with 1,000 of all. So 650 dust, 120 shards, and 20 crystals. Will it be worth spending that much to get to 100 a bit faster? Depends what you're doing with your enchanter. Depends what you're doing. My perspective is I don't worry too much about that right now. I just categorically know there are people that will want a step-by-step guide to get to 100. So I want to know whether it's easily possible. And yes, it is. Every expansion for the past God knows how many expansions, it feels, I've done leveling guides to begin with. And every single time, well, for the last 2 expansions, both Dragonflight and The War Within, my leveling guides have had to tell people that you get to 60 and then you must go do path A, B, or C. And the amount of people that get pissed off by that is outrageous. 600 dust is crazy, though. It's a lot of dust. It's a lot of dust. It's definitely a lot of dust, I'm not going to lie. It's going to be a lot of dust. This is why we absolutely better hope that there's something that is smart to disenchant to generate all of this dust. Because yeah, it's not a small amount of dust. Previously, we've already looked at this, but previously you could sort of cheese a lot of it by crafting these things. The gleeful glamours. They've already thought about these. They've already made these not grant skill points. You'll craft 1 of each for knowledge point farming, but you won't be crafting these as a way to cheese level a whole bunch of it. You'll still have to. You might be able to cheese the early stage a little bit. The early stage of it was probably a couple of 100 dust. You'll probably be able to get to 15, maybe 20 points from disenchanting, maybe. We know how rare the moats are. Well, moats come from herbing mining and skinning. The speciality nodes out in the zones, which you can then overload on, will give you the motes. So in that regard, they're not rare. It's not the rarity of that's the problem. It's the fact that every single person tinkering with professions needs them. You know, herbs are only needed by like alchemists and scribes, and ore is only really needed by blacksmiths and jewel crafters and engineers, for example. Whereas motes, this is kind of a bit of an echo from Dragonflight. You played in Dragonflight, you'll remember that the rousing and awakened elementals were needed by all of the professions all of the time. So were always kind of the bottleneck and always expensive. Motes are going to do exactly the same. One enchanter in the army gets sacrificed as a disenchanting toon. Oh, at least, yeah. I mean, if you are willing to stand there pressing disenchant every 1.5 seconds for hours on end, disenchanting is actually incredibly lucrative at the beginning of the expansion. For the very simple fact that people don't want to do it, right? People would much rather be doing basically anything than sitting there pressing disenchant every 1.5 seconds. It's like, you know, it's literally sweatshop work, which is why people don't want to do it. Is there a war mode only mote? No, there isn't. There is only 4 motes. There's no decay. There's no like order. There's no war mode version. It's just the 4 motes. These ones here: light, energy, void, and magic. It's interesting, actually. We did go through 50 motes of primal energy and 15 motes of light in leveling this as well. Beta deep dive notes. Enchanting. Get some notes on the go for enchanting. Okay. Leveling to 100 is possible with only vendor recipes. Thank God. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me too much if that changes. Let's put a rough amount of materials used. 650 dust. 650 dust, 120 shards. 20 crystals. Anything else notable that we used whilst leveling? I guess the motes are notable, aren't they? Was it primal energy motes we went through a lot because of crafting this thing? Yeah, we went through because we had to craft 10 of those at the end for the last 30 skill points. So that was the big consumer of the primal energy motes. 50 primal motes, and we went through like 15 light motes. A rough material list for leveling to 100, but at least it's feasible to do. There might be some wiggle room in there for blood elves to save a few pennies here or there, but doesn't really matter. So 1 to 100 is possible. Then in theory you can go through and harvest first time craft bonus. Oh dear, it didn't like that, did it? It didn't like that. Try that again, shall we? Can you guarantee high quality enchants this time around? We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're still leveling. Presumptively, it's going to be difficult to answer that question anyway, since there's lots of things that are broken, lots of things that haven't been balanced yet. Blizzard hasn't come out and said what their intentions are. I was thinking about this a little bit more yesterday. While I do think that there might be some recipes that Blizzard says, right, this only is going to exist when you use concentration on it. But I don't think there's going to be many of them. I think they might reserve that for only the top things, really high demand items, maybe. I'm not too sure. Or they might not do it at all, and they might hotfix everything so that everything can be guaranteed. But until we know what their actual intentions are, it's hard to say. Because they don't tell us. They don't tell us.
Greetings, traveler. Go in peace. I have
Can I
just the
put
thing for you.
add-ons move?
What brings you here? Walk with the earth, mother.
Whoops. Ah, good. Finally, I can actually move the window. I can keep it more central to the screen. That's what I wanted. By first look, you can guarantee endgame enchants if you're 100 and you have all of the tools. Well, that's clearly what people are gonna want, right? Is there like a change log that we can see what's changed on the PTR from alpha and beta? No, not really. Not really. The reality is whilst Blizzard does take advantage of, you know, a big selection of their player base doing the testing for them, they don't give us any actual proper tools to do it properly. We're just guessing half the time. But okay, getting to 100 is feasible. Then you would probably look at first time craft bonuses from anything that you've got. So you'd probably then quickly look at crafting one of each of these. This is where you could start using your concentration if you are clever and in no rush to harvest the first time craft bonuses. You can start using your concentration to get something at high quality that then might actually, you know, return not only the cost of making it, but also a profit. Meaning there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bonus knowledge points on top of what we've already got, which is 8. Okay, so there's probably only 20-ish knowledge points that can be obtained via first-time crafts. That is unless you go out and buy all of the Gleeful Glamour recipes, where there's maybe another 25 on top of that. It depends whether Blizzard. Oh, the one from the one that changes you into a Harroneer is going to cost you Moxie to buy. So maybe there's 24. But if they're easily just bought from if they end up being easily just bought from a vendor, you go buy them all, you craft one of each, you harvest them for first time points, which actually you're probably very incentivized to do, because if you've got 24 first time crafts here, and if they give you Moxie, you are absolutely going to do that. 25 Gleeful. patterns could also boost AP and Moxie. 25 times 5, that's 100. There's 125 Moxie potential from just crafting these anyway. That alone is probably reason for you to want to go and grab all of these recipes and craft them. It's not going to help you with leveling, but it's definitely something you're going to want to do pretty quick with your enchanters. And likely to be something you'll do if you're doing a concentration build. Which is also what I'm trying to keep in mind a little bit with this. Seems that there's purple profession accessories for every slot. Yeah, there is a third rank of profession gear, an epic tier this time. That was added in the alpha. I don't know what their... Once again, another one of those things where I don't really know what their plan is with the epic tier of profession tools and accessories. If they're in the game from launch, it kind of feels a bit silly, simply because you're just going to leapfrog the rare ones, unless the epic ones end up costing you so goddamn much that you consider it valuable to pick up the epic ones first for a while before upgrading to epic. But I can't imagine that's going to be the case. I think most people are just going to completely skip the rare ones and then just, they'll buy a set of green ones. They'll buy a set of greens off the auction house, as everybody does. You'll then completely ignore the blue ones. And you'll just wait until you have enough Moxie to craft the epic ones, and then you'll upgrade straight to epic. I think you'll probably slingshot the rare ones. The only reason why people might choose to use the rare ones and then upgrade to the epic ones is if the rare ones don't take Moxie, but the epic ones do. If they take that approach, then you'll buy your greens. You'll probably then, if you're competitive enough, upgrade them to blues very quickly, or as quickly as you can. And then once you have the Moxie, you'll upgrade them again to the epic ones. But it'll be something that you'll go from greens to blues to epics as quick as you possibly can still. Which would still, for the most part, mean that picking up the blue ones is really only a sweaty goblin mode kind of thing. I don't think most people would or should even bother. But they haven't balanced the materials on the epic ones yet, so we don't know. The other option, which I strongly believe they might consider doing, although it's getting quite late in the day if they do plan to do this, is for them to whip out the epic ones, not put them in the game for launch, but use them as a 12.1, 12.2, here you go, boom, have a bunch of epic tools. That also could mean that they go into Season 1 with only these ones. And they could make it so that when you... they could balance this. This would be real cheeky, but it is something I could see them doing. If they don't launch with the epic tools, but they balance everything so that you need epic tools to guarantee everything at top quality without concentration. If you can't guarantee everything with just the blue tools because of how they balance the plus skill on these, they could then, later in the expansion, in Season 2, say, for example, go, boom, here you go, here's all of your epic tools. Now, all of a sudden, people can upgrade their tools again, and all of a sudden do the thing that they all want, which is to guarantee something without concentration. We'll have to see what they do. We'll have to see what they do. They could just do none of that, and they could launch with all three qualities, and they could balance everything so that you can guarantee everything once you've got the epic ones. And they could just put a huge, great big quantity of Moxie on these, and so it takes crafters... we already think that most crafting professions might not get more than about 50 Moxie, 50, 75 Moxie a week. Maximum 100 Moxie a week. Meaning it could take you, let's say they cost 300 Moxie, 900 Moxie in total. It could be taking you a while to even be able to afford these at Epic, which could be the, you know, the time delay aspect of it, meaning you can't fully min-max your profession for like a couple of months or something, just purely because there's not enough Moxie out there. The blue and purple tools have different skills. Well, they're none of them working properly right now. None of them are working properly. You can pretty much ignore both the... Like I said, they don't have Moxie as part of the materials yet, which means we can't also guarantee that the stats on the tooltips are right for these yet. Up until yesterday, tailoring didn't even have its epic ones added. They only just added the epic ones for tailoring, so it's still very much work in progress. If they end up being just bigger stat sticks but give you the same amount of skill, then nobody's really going to care about the blue ones. They'll be dead on arrival. But we'll have to see what they do. For the purpose of testing, though, I am going to need to craft, unlock, equip epic tools in here so we can do it as well as possible. This toon, though, we might use to try out some... do we just Gigazerg this one toon to max everything as quick as possible? Or do we use this toon to try and test some disenchanting? If even with blue tools you can guarantee stuff, the 40 skill required if you spec it correctly in the high-end stuff to guarantee it. Okay, I think I need one character that's just juiced fully, don't I? So we might do exactly that. So give me 1,000 concentration. Set the skill of all midnight professions you know to their maximum value and teach you all of the associated recipes. Oh, that's not what I thought it was. Oh, okay. That's not what I thought it was. Ah, okay. That's not what I thought it was. Alright, sure. Give me some knowledge points as well, then. Let's just absolutely zug this one to max. See where stuff sits at. So, this is a big old tree. So this should benefit, this node should in theory give us one skill for every single enchant. So we're at 297. 297. .302. So that node at least is working. Learn the subspec, more skill. More skill. Crafting speed, ingenuity, and resourcefulness. So let's go that far. That should give us, yep, way more skill. And the final one should give us ingenuity and resourcefulness whilst crafting permanent enchants. So ingenuity and resourcefulness is currently at 0. This node, if it works, should give us 15 of each. Resourcefulness 15, ingenuity 15. Right, that node works. Thalassian talents. So Thalassian talents. 342. Did it go up? 347, it did. So it did work. We can also then learn to use the finishing reagents on the recipes. Is that true? Yes. Now we can use finishing reagents on them. Apprentice Scribbles, Artisan's Ledger, Helpful Handiwork, and the Golden Star. 5, 10, 20, and 50. Then there's the new ones. Rebar, giving you resourcefulness. The resourcefulness rebar, this is actually... You have... From what I figured out, you need 5 of these to then make 1 of these or something. Ingenuity by 5, ingenuity by 25. Yeah, there's no crafted finishing reagents anymore. They all just come from goodie bags from doing patron orders. Which I guess in the name of simplification does make things kind of more simple, maybe. But anyway, 347 skill on this. Putting some points in this should give us a bit more ingenuity, but should also be giving us skill. Yeah, more ingenuity, and it did give us more skill, so the node is working. So that should give us more resourcefulness and yet more skill. Ooh, the skill didn't look like it went up on that one. Even though we should have got 5 skill from there. 10, we should have got 15 more skill. Oh no, okay. It didn't update properly. It did go all the way to 382. There's weird desync issues, which is making testing all of this even more difficult. If we then go into profession tools, helms, shoulders, and boots. Also gives us the enchant shoulder mending. 1 skill per point. So what's our boots on right now? 382. Put some points in there. Should go up by 10. Should be 392. 392. Yes, it works. Good. Do we get 100% return on concentration? No. They've nerfed it down to 80. Or at least that's what they had done on the alpha. It may have changed. I've not double checked that yet, but it's not 100 anyway. 5, 10, and a further 20. Another 35 skill plus 15, and another 50 skill on top. Or 42. Which, by the time you slap on another 40 skill, presumably from your profession tools up here, does put you 2 points past where you need to be to guarantee. So, arguably that is working as intended. That once you're fully spec'd in making Thalassian helms, shoulders, and boots, and you got your bonus 40 points from up here, you should be guaranteeing them. Yep. That's a lower tier 1, so you are way past needing it. But like I said, it's a lower tier 1. People aren't going to use the lower tier 1s particularly, are they? We know how players play the game. People are going to use the big enchants or nothing. So which one's this then? The ring enchants, weapons, rings, and chest enchants. So weapon enchants, Thalassian weapon enchants. Okay, I don't have high quality flawless here.
I have just the thing for you. May the eternal sun shine.
382. Would be 392. 392. So that node works. Good. The reason I'm just checking whether all of these skill nodes work is because we were testing jewel crafting yesterday and half of them didn't actually give the skill they claimed they were meant to give them. So, you know, in the name of actually hopefully doing a proper job and making sure stuff is actually working as intended, you got to do it this way. The use of less concentration is one I haven't actually looked at testing though. So now it's much higher. Concentration 212. It's going to reduce because of the bonus skill from that, but it should also then use 5% less on top. 198. Feels about right. Once again, you should be able to guarantee this once you've got your profession tools, so we should be good. What's this one? The profession tool? Profession tool enhancements. Things like this. Enchant tool ingenuity. I need some gloaming alloys. Gloaming or sterling alloys.
Well met.
Does that put us to 392? Yep. More skill, way more skill, and 5% less concentration. Now with it, we're in reach again. Guaranteeing. These final nodes here, by the way, the fact that the final nodes are giving you 20 skill basically means that Blood Elves have no advantage. Without being a Blood Elf, you can still surpass it by 2, but only by taking that last point. So it's not like a Blood Elf can use 1 less knowledge point, for example. Now, of course, a Blood Elf will have 5 extra points on this, so it will be like 7 points above. But that 7 points above may do nothing more than maybe mean you can get away with using like 1 less quality 3 dust when guaranteeing or something. It's a very, very minor difference. Very, very minor difference. Dropping just one dust takes 3 skill. So it basically means a Blood Elf will be able to drop... A Blood Elf will be able to drop 2 top quality dusts. That's literally it. Whereas, that's basically it. A Blood Elf will be able to drop 2 dusts down to low quality and still guarantee, or whatever that saving is. whatever the difference is between normal and high quality dust, multiply that by 2. That's the saving a Blood Elf makes. Which is obviously not nothing, but something is, you know, some wiggle room if nothing else, but it's probably not going to be much more than a, 1% of cost. Racials matter the most when crafting the rank 5 epic items. I mean, maybe. The point is that the difference is going to be minute. Should be very minimal. The racial bonus skill usually matters in context of combining the plus skill items, which will have balanced prices around that. All I heard was 1% more gold. It's one of as long as there is not an extreme where what we don't want is an extreme where by having the racial you can do something that somebody else can't. If you need the racial to guarantee something, but if you don't have the racial you can't guarantee it, that's a problem. If like that +5 skill, meaning you can use like 1 less material or something like that, that shit is fine. That's like a perk, which is what the racial should be, but it doesn't change the fact that non-blood elves just get fucked, That's kind of how I think it should be anyway, which is fine. Unlocks reagent slot DNT write manually ! For Armani enchants. This is why I think DNT means do not translate. What were people saying that DNT meant the other day? I've always thought it to mean do not translate. It may or may not, who knows. Okay, Armani ones. So unlocking this will give the ability to use finishing reagents on them. Starters. Which it does, yes. At 347, you should also start putting some points in here and it should start giving us some skill. $347 up to 352. The node works. Good. Five more skill. Spectry. 15 resourcefulness. Okay, there's nothing particularly fancy in there other than just more skill. That's interesting. That number doesn't seem to have gone up. That number should have jumped past 400. That's odd. Okay. I would start to question whether this node works. Let's try... Which one does boots? Weapons ring, chest enhancements, helm, shoulders, and boots. Right, that should at least be 392. Okay, that's working. That should slingshot way past 400. Yeah. Still within reach of profession tools, surpassing. So you can guarantee, which is what we'd expect. Maybe that was working. Maybe I miscalculated. It's fine. Is the Armani Multicraft an enchant tool? No, Armani does perception and resourcefulness. Is there any skips for alts once the main is 90 and has finished the leveling campaign on the beta, or do we need to finish the max level campaign as well? I haven't noticed a skip for the campaign in any way, shape, or form. But I haven't particularly looked for it. I think it was just the recipe unlock the reagent slot, learn to use finishing reagents. Yeah, maybe I just miscalculated it. Could be fine. Weapon ring and chest armors. Ring. 382. 382. 5 points in it. Plus 5 points there. Should put it to 392. 392. Yeah, that's fine. So we can assume that one works as intended. And then once it's capped and you got tools, you're within, yeah, that's balanced. That's all good. That makes sense. And then the profession tools. Yep, 392. And then maxed. You're within reach of guaranteeing as well. Good. No bugs so far with enchanting. It's odd that they gave the recipe and that bugged out. I hadn't noticed it when leveling. I think the recipe unlock is by choosing the node. That's why it wasn't giving you points. I'm not sure what you mean. I've clearly missed some in there. I'm sorry. Right, Haranir. Haranir crafts 342. Can I find one where I've got all the mats just so it doesn't do anything stupid? 342 helm enchants. Plus 5 skill on learning this spec. So it should take us from 342 to a bigger number. Still only leaves us at 342. So the plus 5 skill for Haranir enchants doesn't work. The 0 point plus skill doesn't work. And I'm wondering if that's what I spotted with the Armani ones as well. The plus 5 skill it's meant to give you here just doesn't. we should be able to put 5 points and gain 5 ingenuity. Which then that worked. What's the difference in skill between normal and high quality dusts? 40% of the recipe difficulty. If you use all high quality materials in a recipe, you get 40% of the recipe difficulty for free, or from the materials. It's like quality 1 to quality 3 in retail right now. Normal quality ones don't give any bonus. High quality ones give up to 40% if they're all present. Uh, 5 skill plus another 5. That should be 10 more skill. Yeah. That bit's working. It's just the +5 for unlocking this node that doesn't work. You're meant to get +5 and learn to use the finishing reagents, but you don't get the +5 for some reason. 15 more resourcefulness from the next node. We're at 15 so far. It goes up to 30, so that works. And then we should gain +5 skill from here and +10 from the node, so +15 more skill. From 362 up to 377. Yep, that does its job. So yeah, it's just this +5 skill that doesn't work on there right now. Then, if we're looking at helm enchants. We get the recipe only and unlocking it, which won't happen because we accidentally use the cheat item to get all of the recipes anyway. 5 skill, 1 skill per point, and then a bonus 5, so 10 points on helms. What are we at? 377. We should go to 387. Yep. More skill. Another 10. Yep. Plus another 15. Which is over 400. Yep. 412 and then 25. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, you can see it's bugged. Because now we're not able. Now we're missing 5 points here. Look, we're missing the 5 points we need to be able to guarantee this when we have our tools. So the bug is in this node. +5 skill not being awarded in this node is what's making it look like even with tools you won't be able to guarantee that one. So it's a bugged node there. I am making the assumption that you get 40 skill from these. You're meant to get 40 skill from these. Haranir heightening. Okay, that's going to have a knock-on effect then for all of the Haranir stuff. So all the profession tool enhancements are going to be missing points. $377. That unlocks the recipe. 377 plus 10 points, 387. Yeah, that's fine. 397. And then everything. Yeah, that's fine. Looks like no changes from the War Within. There's subtle changes here and there, but there's nothing that's like totally sweeping. Really. Weapon chest and rings. So rings. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so if that one node wasn't bugged, all of these would be guaranteeable. With a full set of tools up here. They're just not because there's a bug in the node. Out of curiosity, do a reload, do a relog, see if it's just a weird UI bug. Paraneer stuff, no, it's still... It's bugged. Okay, that's fine, not a problem, that's why we're here. But the rest of the tree works fine. Let's look at tonics. Perfect the art of temporary illusions, equipment, and mana oils, gaining skill per point. 5 skill when crafting tonics and tools and the likes. No. That's going to be these things. Can we get high quality vials by chance? You sell high quality vials? Sell high quality everything else.
Keep it real.
On Harroneer, my undead is 455 skill out of 480. Without the 2 accessories, only the 18 plus tool. Should be guaranteed with a blood elf or a +5 item. No, the node is bugged. This node is bugged. This one isn't giving you... This is giving you 5 skill less than it claims it should be. This node here that says it gives you +5 skill just doesn't. If it did, you'd be able to guarantee it and you'd be fine. The fact that it's not is a bug, because this node isn't doing what it says it's meant to do. Doesn't matter about races or anything like that. I saw the others were at 460. Yeah, the others were at 460 because they work. This is why we test these sorts of things. Try and pinpoint where the bug actually is. If this node was giving you... If this node gave you the +5 skill that it claimed it did, you'd all be good. You don't have to worry about using, like, certain racials or using +5 items. No, it's just bugged. This just needs to work. Right, let's check this node then. Mana oils. So, select a mana oil. We got 287 skill on the mana oils. 5 points in this should give us 5 extra skill with mana oils. Up to 292. Yes, it does. So the plus skill allocation works. We should get 10 extra. What are we on? 292. Get 10 extra if that node works. 292 up to 302. Yes. Expand your knowledge learning a sub-spec. Plus 10 skill plus the 10 here. So we should jump up by another 20 skill. Yep. That's just a sub-spec. This is where we probably want to check the ingenuity and the resourcefulness. We should get 10 skill and crafting speed. And we should get some ingenuity and resourcefulness. Ingenuity and resourcefulness are currently 0 on this craft right now. We should get 10 more skill, and we should get some ingenuity and resourcefulness. Resourcefulness 15, ingenuity 15, yes. And some more skill. That node does what it's meant to do. Since we're looking at mana oils, let's go in that direction. This one is going to give us more skill. On learning this spec, learn to create the Oil of Dawn. Plus 5 skill when crafting reagents and mana oils, and learn to use finishing reagents on them. So what's our skill at making a mana oil right now? 332. We can't use finishing reagents. Should have gone up by 5 points. 337. There we go. And we can use finishing reagents, so that works. Some 5 more skill. Is it plus 1 skill per point? Yeah, 5 more skill and 5 ingenuity. Skill went up. Ingenuity went up to 20. Our PvP gear recipe is going to be obtained the same way. On the beta right now, you just buy them from a vendor. But I would assume that they'll all turn up in the same way. I would imagine you can buy them with honor and then sell them, or just get lucky and loot them from the PvP boxes. Right, that's going to be plus 10 skill. Learn a sub-spec of your choice. There's no sub-spec. There's no sub-specs off this. Sure. 342. We should go up to 352. We do go up to 352. There's no need that being a big shiny one, considering there's no sub-specs off that. Learn a final sub-spec. Okay. Excellent vendables. Claims to award. Claims to unlock. What's the actual phrase? Claims to unlock sub-specs. There is no sub-specs from this node. 60 multi-craft, okay. Do we have any multi-craft on these right now? No multi-craft whatsoever. Our skill should go up by 5, and we should gain 60 multi-craft. We gained... Skill went up by 5, and we did, yes, gain 60 multi-craft. Is it still the case that with max profession levels, tools were unable to guarantee max rank crafts only with concentration? Not with enchanting so far. If you have max tools and max build, you will guarantee max currently. I've not found any scenarios where you wouldn't be able to. Not with enchanting so far. 10, 15 skill. What's our skill on mana oils right now? 357. Up to 372, that's right. Another 20 skill. 372, 382, 392. Yep, 392. And then 25 more skill and 5% less concentration. 392 plus 25 is a bigger number. 417, yes. And 5% less concentration when making them. Now to assume 417 plus 40. Assuming we get 40 points from up here, which we've been assuming to be the case everywhere else, you will be above this by 2 points again, meaning you can guarantee them without concentration, without being a blood elf. That's working as intended. Do you know if it's worse off if I send the bug reports in Portuguese as my game is in my language? You're do it in whichever's more comfortable for you. If you're running the game client in your native language, then yeah, feel free to send bug reports in your native language as well. Up to Blizzard to fix that. They can't expect. They can't. I'm quite sure they probably code everything in English first, and most of the devs speak English. But they can't expect even all of it to come through in English. They'll just translate them anyway, I would guess. Okay, mastering mirages. Skill when crafting the temporary illusions. That's going to be these things. At the moment, we're sat at 290 on crafting any of these. We should gain 5 points by unlocking the node, and we should be able to use finishing reagents on them. What did I say? 290. We should go up to 295 by learning this. Which we do. Good. It's a good start. 5 skill and 5 resourcefulness. Got 15 resourcefulness by default. Now we got 20 resourcefulness, and our skill went up to 300. That's as expected. 300. That should be 310. Yep. What was our resourcefulness? 20. So that should put resourcefulness up to 30. And our skill to 315. Yep. And then plus 25 skill. What did I say we were at? 315 and another 25. What's that? 340? 340. There we go. And assuming you have 40 points up here, you'll be way past 350 to guarantee them. Don't worry, they just ignore feedback anyway. Anybody know a good guild bank sorting add-on? I have sushi sort, but I'm looking for something else if there is any. I've only ever known of sushi sort. If there is something better, let me know too. Okay, but that node works, and actually making these at top quality guaranteed, should you ever want to, is viable. Right, outstanding outfits then. Synthesize in the art of synthesizing usable equipment. Oh, sorry, specialize in the art of synthesizing Usable equipment, making the best enchanting rods and combat ones around. Combat wands and enchanting rods. So, what we got going on up here? I could actually do with some silver moon weapon wrap.
Well,
Just to make sure the numbers don't look silly. Silver moon weapon wrap.
glad I could help.
So then we can use this one to gauge what's going on. We're at skill 350 by default. Unlocking this should give us 5 points in it. That should put us at 355. Yep. 355. We should gain plus 5 skill and 5 ingenuity. So our ingenuity at 15. Now it's 20, and now it's 360. That works. Plus 5 skill, plus 5, so another 10. What did I say we're at? 360. This should put us at 370. Yep. It gives us the ability to unlock a sub-node. It does. 5 more skill and 15 resourcefulness. Resourcefulness is on 15, so that should double to 30. And that should put the skill up to 375. Resourcefulness to 30. And then 15 more skill. What were we at? 375. This should put us at 390. 390. Good job. Since we're looking at the rods right now. Master the art of creating better enchanting rods, providing better quality tools for enchanters the world over. +1 skill per point in the spec, and unlock the recipe if you haven't already obtained it. 5 skill plus the 5 from here should give us 10. What do we start at? So that should put us to 400. Yep. Which is enough to then start crafting them at quality 4, guaranteed. Plus 5 skill, that should give us another 10. That should put us at 410. 410. Plus 10 skill when crafting. Plus 5, another 15 points there. Should put us at 425. 425. And then 25 more on top of that. Should put us at 450. That should put us at 450. It does. But interestingly, at 450, that is not enough to get the recipe to get this guaranteed. You get 40 points up here, you're going to be 10 points short of guaranteeing that without concentration. Meaning you would need a finishing reagent, a minimum of an artisan's ledger, guarantee that at top quality, or you'd have to use concentration. And maybe this number needs a rebalance. That needs 10 points shaving off it if they plan for us to be able to guarantee them. But the spec tree works as intended. That, or they just need to slam an extra 10 points on the spec tree somewhere. whatever they want to do. But it works. What about wands? Let's see how wands play out. That's the big boy wand. We're at 372 to begin with. That doesn't do anything for us other than teach us the recipe. That one give us 1 skill per point plus 5, so that should give us 10 more points. We're at 372. We should go to 382. Yep. Plus 5 again. 392. Yep. Plus 15. Which is what? 407? 407. And then 25 on top of 407. 433 or something. 432. Which, with another 40 points on top, will easily mean you can craft these. There might need to be a little bit more wiggle room in this, depending on what embellishments and stuff add. Embellishments are adding 25 recipe difficulty. Missives are going to add as much as 15. Or as little as 5, I should probably say, if you're using a good embellishment. Oh, interesting. Good embellishments don't add any recipe difficulty. Whereas bad ones do. That's interesting. It's not just a reduction to the rest. It like literally takes no additional difficulty if you're using a high quality embellishment. Grants your equipment plus 1 sparkle. What the fuck is that? Requires 1 lucky keychain. Sure. Which vendor did you pick the knowledge points up from? It's the big dude.
Peace.
The big dude. You browse his goods and you go down a few pages and you've got the knowledge point books.
We shall meet again.
Senior Professor Instructor. So let's assume that there is no additional recipe difficulty from using a good embellishment. Let's assume that there is only a 5 recipe difficulty by using a good missive. That would put it at 460. And 460, 470, 480 by the time you use one of those. 480? We're short, aren't we? 480 is needed to guarantee a top quality everything. Minus the 432. We're missing 48 points with only 40 possible. So once again, the math ain't mathing to guarantee these either. Can I get some mythic dawn crests? Where do those come from?
May the eternal sun shine.
Cache of dawn crests. They didn't give me nothing. Oh, it gave me 10 mythic dawn crests and 10 hero dawn crests. They're a currency, are they? Okay. What requires 60 hero? Requires 60 myth dawn crests. Wait, what?
Interesting. Pleasure doing business with ya.
Used to upgrade myth equipment in Midnight Season 1 up to summon. Yeah. Where do I get the
Hey, how's it
flipping
going?
actual thing from? I cannot see a way to get the actual enchanted versions of them.
Be careful out there.
Check again on the epic item. Do I have to put the spark in there first? Oh, huh, okay. You have to put the spark in there first, and then you can put these. These aren't items that you have to go buy from NPCs. They just take the currency straight from you. Odd. That's a weird way of doing it. And I also can't see that being broken in any way, shape, or form. If you put an order in, it's meant to take the items from you, and then it refunds you the items. What's the odds that that will be broken on launch? What's the odds that if it allows you to put currency straight from your currency tab into this window, then when you place the order, what's the chances of them not taking it from your currency tab? Very high, I would imagine.
Yeah, what do you want?
Let me grab a couple of missives.
Be good.
Looking for something special? Ancestors watch over you.
Flipping hell. Alright. That gave me a lot more random shit than I was expecting it to, but sure. Sparks in. Mythic Dawncrest's in. Missive of Choice. And then top tier embellishment. Does mean when everything is min-maxed, you do still need 480. Which does leave you 8 points short somewhere when it comes to crafting wands. The Spectre works fine. You are still you're still going to be 8 points short. So you're still going to need to use a finishing reagent, or they're going to need to rebalance it. 8 points short to guarantee with max build. I'm just going by the assumption the plan is to get it so that you can guarantee everything. If that ends up not being the case, if they make it so that they want you to use finishing reagents or they want you to, you know, use concentration or something, then sure, so be it. But have you seen that public work orders need all mats? Yes, they kind of almost always have. Make it odd that some professions can guarantee items and some can't. It would, yeah. I mean, going into the war within, there was the strong assumption that you should be able to guarantee everything. And anything that you couldn't during the beta, they did hotfix so that you could. So Inscription can guarantee the staves, okay. But the Spectre works. Even though the recipe difficulty is off, the Spectre does everything it says it should do, which is fine. Okay, Disenchanting. Master your general disenchanting skill and gaining +1 skill per point in this spec when disenchanting midnight equipment. Oh, we're back to this again. We're back to the fact that it doesn't tell you what your disenchanting skill is. Because disenchanting is a spell that you use on an item, it shows nowhere in your profession window what your disenchanting skill is, or how it affects, or what it does. Don't say nothing. Doesn't even have disenchanting as an appendix item. Please can we see in game what our D skill is within chanting is. Yeah, the fact that these nodes tell you that they give you one skill, but you've got fucking no clue what your skill is or what your skill means or what your skill does is just really poor. You just have to magically assume that your skill is getting better and it's doing something for you. Master your fundamental, increasing your skill. Maybe I'm going to leave the disenchanting till last. Just purely because I would want to disenchant a bunch of things to get a baseline with no skill in it. And then disenchant a bunch of things once we have added skill to it, just to see what it does. We'll come back to disenchanting. Learn to shatter magical essences native to midnight areas, temporarily empowering your resourcefulness, your multicraft, and your ingenuity. You'll additionally gain +1 ingenuity for every point you spend in this spec. Short time after shattering an essence. So learn the essence shatter and consume 2% less when concentrating just by unlocking this. Now let's shatter something. Does the buff work? Empowered by a shattered magical essence of midnight, increasing resourcefulness by 0, ingenuity by 0, and multicraft by 0. Can unlocking this skill at least give something before you place points into it? Feels bad to see a tool tip with zeros in. Found the perfect Little Tykes Cozy Coupe. The fuck? Oh, go on! Yo! Why is that the perfect gift? Wait, I'm confused. Oh, because Goldson spit. Yeah. I didn't know you could still buy those anymore. That's awesome. $50 well spent, in my opinion. Yeah, having having zeros in that tooltip's kind of grim, but okay. Well, at least it'll give us a baseline to work from. So 30 points in here. It should last an extra 5 minutes. So let's put 5 points in it to begin with. Does it retroactively... You have to do another shatter before it updates. So now it should give us 5 points in everything. Haha, great. It doesn't fucking work. That's another good start. Oh, wait, hang on. Additionally, you will gain 1% ingenuity per point in this. Okay, so points in this one don't actually improve the buff, even. I misread that. Points in this only give you ingenuity on crafting shit. We're at 25 points. We're now at 30 points. Okay, so it is giving the +5 ingenuity that it says it gives. This one is not giving you anything towards actually improving this buff in any way, shape, or form. Okay, that's really boring. But at 15 points, you can make it last 5 minutes longer. 5 minutes longer doing nothing. That's sure, that's fun. Love 5 minutes longer doing nothing. So now if we do it, we should... It should last for 10 minutes. Okay, at least that works. And we should have gained a little bit more ingenuity, 35. Whether the concentration numbers are going down, I'm not actually looking at particularly much, am I? 5% less concentration usage. So on this recipe right now, we need 427 concentration. That number should go down by a bit. It does. I'm going to assume the maths is mathing. And then Shattered Essence lasts another 5 minutes and should give us, in total, 30 more ingenuity than we started with. Our ingenuity is now 50, so that has worked. Sack that off. And let's see if it now does last longer. 15 minutes. Okay. It is kind of feels bad that you put 30 points in that and it doesn't give you diddly. You can spend 30 points in a node and it still gives you 0 stats. It shouldn't it just give you one of everything, really? It should just give you one of everything, really. You try the log out bug, see if it still works after relogging. Oh no, it's not a bug, it's just a bad node. The default essence doesn't give you any bonuses. Which actually is kind of weird because you have to put 5 points into it before you can even learn a subspec. And it's these subspecs that give you plus ingenuity, plus resourcefulness, or plus multicraft. These 3 nodes are what buffs the buff. This first node only buffs your ingenuity, which feels really boring. Try to shatter a different item. Shouldn't make any difference what you shatter. Yeah. Yeah, it's just really boring. Like, it's not a bug or anything. It's just really boring that you put 30 points in here for no other reason than gaining 30 ingenuity. And unlocking these sub-nodes. And this is just buffing the duration. It's not until you put points in here it actually does anything. Which is weird. It just feels bad. On live, the value of the buff does not work after re-logging, even though the buff is still active. Oh, I see. Well, the buff isn't giving me anything right now. We can buff the buff and then log out and log back in and see if it works. I know the bug you're talking about, yeah. Master the ability to utilize shattered magical essences to supplement your crafting reagents, increasing your resourcefulness. On shattering a midnight essence, you'll gain 2 resourcefulness per point spent in this spec for a short duration of time. Duration being however long you've buffed it for. Resourcefulness will refund 5% more materials when crafting midnight formulas. Now, this is another thing. If it's going to buff resourcefulness, it's not buffing... It's not buffing the chance of resourcefulness happening. It's buffing the amount that it gives you back. Resourcefulness refunds 5% more materials. So there's actually no way in game to track this. That makes sense? Node buffs the percentage refunded via resourcefulness. There's no way to track or see this in game. Smart goblins know the baseline is 30%, but this could be made clearer since the nodes are buffing it. WoW crafting in a nutshell, instead of adding gameplay to crafting, they've just added a time gating system camouflaged as a skill system. Even EverQuest 2 20 years ago was more fun. I mean, if you don't find it fun, you don't find it fun, but... I do think the spec trees do need revisiting. I've not particularly liked them ever since they implemented them. The fact that it does take you like 6 months of consistent gameplay to fill them all, even though you don't really technically need to fill every node, but just because you can, people want to. Is there artisan consortium books in Midnight? Not that I've found. Not for knowledge points, no. They have been removed. Be fun if there was some progression throughout the expansion. Oh, well, that I definitely agree with. I really do wish they would do something. And this is why I think the profession tools, for example, right? The epic profession tools. I think this, and I've said this for 2 expansions now, I thought like giving a final epic set of profession tools like later on in the expansion, which lifts everybody's skill to the point where they can guarantee stuff, would be a nice round off to the end of an expansion, and be at least something for crafters to look forward to and knows coming, and you know, at least something to do. They did a couple of little updates during Dragonflight, but in the War Within they just basically didn't touch them at all. They implemented them, we played with them, they were good in Season 1, and then they were dog shit in Season 2 and 3, but who knows? Let me grab a drink, hang on. Aha, puppy cam works. Snoozing. Did you see her stretch a second ago? like to see some quests for leveling the professions like in Legion. That was fun. Not like in Dragonflight, though. Those were too tedious. I don't know. I mean, in a way, I kind of guess the argument is that with recipes and knowledge points locked behind renown, the argument could be made that you're meant to go play that section of the game to unlock that thing. So in a way, you've got to do that thing to get progression in your professions, even though like it's not strictly Legion-esque tied together. But I liked Legion questing as well. I did think adding some gameplay into the professions, for those who just wanted to gigazerg them, it was annoying, but when they were a thing, I kind of enjoyed that you had a quest line to go and do for your profession. And I've wanted something similar ever since. Still don't have some of the rank 3 Legion recipes. Well, yeah, some of them were tied to world quests and stuff that you just have to be playing on. It's a right time, right place, right time situation to get some of them, wasn't it? Which, when we moved on from Legion, it basically meant you signed off never getting them. It was a bit of an annoyance, but what are you gonna do? Anyway, let's get rid of that buff. Let's put some points in this and then see. Gain 5 extra resourcefulness plus 2 for each point. So that should give us 15 resourcefulness on the buff if this works as intended. We should gain 15 resourcefulness. 10 resourcefulness. Well, that don't fucking work then. You're meant to get 2 resourcefulness per point spent. We spent 5 points. That should be the 10 up there. But this node is meant to give us 5 additional resourcefulness while affected by Shattered Essence. Does the 5 extra from this go into our recipes? Resourcefulness 20. Take the buff off. Resourcefulness 10. No, so that node just doesn't work, does it? Let me just double check here. Resourcefulness 40. Buffing up should put us at 45. $50. $40. No, that doesn't work, does it? That node doesn't work. Gain an additional 5% resourcefulness while affected by Shattered Essence. Yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah, the math ain't mathin' on that one. This little node, these points here, the 5 points we put into it works, but the 5 extra whilst affected by it doesn't. Because we have 40 resourcefulness points here right now. The buff should give us 10. And the mini node should give us 5 extra. So that should buff it by 15 in total. The buff should give us 10. Which it does. Then we should gain 5 extra on top of that from the mini node. Yeah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. That's another bug report. Enchanting, spellbound, chatterer. The 5-point node does not award the extra res it claims. Keeping track of all of the bugs as well, so we can check them in other weeks. somebody going through all the crafting bug reports is going to have to work overtime resolving all the monthly reports. Well, they should just fucking work, shouldn't they? Resourcefulness refunds 5% more when crafting. We've got, like, I've already put the report in that we've got no way to actually track that. No way to track res percentage. No way to track DE skill. Going to consider these bugs. So we can't actually test that, but it should be another 10 resourcefulness all the same if it works. Take the buff off, put the buff back on. It should be up to 20. No! Resourcefulness by 10 still. Did I not apply the knowledge? Now we've put 10 points in this. That should be 20 points, right? And it's still 10. Cancel it off. Log out, log in. Maybe it's really dumb. This Shattered Essence buff was really bugged in the War Within as well, by the way. Like people said, that if you log off and log back on, even though it shows you having the buff, it wasn't giving you the bonuses. It's been really buggy since they implemented it. So I'm not totally surprised it's still completely caca-poo-poo. So we should have... We've got 10 points in this node, meaning we should gain 2 resourcefulness for each of those points. That should be 20, right? My maths is not totally stupid there. We should be gaining 20 resourcefulness from the buff at this point. And we don't. We don't. We still only got 10. That's really weird because the first 5 points worked fine. Okay, this node is just totally busted. I can't test this one anyway. Gain 5 additional resourcefulness whilst affected by Shattered Essence. Can't test that one. Right, I guess the only thing we can do on this is see if by the time that the node is full, it just magically fixes itself. That should be, you gain 2 resourcefulness per point in this spec. So you should get 60 resourcefulness from a full node, minimum, right? It should be a minimum of 60 from this buff. Plus you should get 5, 10, 15 on top of that from these bonus nodes. But they can go directly to the professions rather than it being a buff. This should at least say 60 though. $50. Fucking hell, Blizz. Ah, this buff is so broken. So broken. I mean, 2 times 30 is 60, Blizzard. Not 50. At this point, I am bored reporting all the bugs with this buff. It is very broken. Any info regarding the Warband experience bonus? Yeah, it's exactly the same as the War Within. Your first 5 characters give you a 5% each buff. Up until 25%. Maybe the first 5 you added were only the non-working from the single note. Maybe. I don't know. Regardless, this is very broken. Should we see if it's the same problem with multicraft? Multicraft grants up to 25% additional goods when crafting illusions. Once again, we don't actually have any way in the game to track what the baseline percentage is. So 25% more of what? 25% of what? Since we don't get told what the baseline multicraft percentage is, it seems a bit weird to start giving us a bonus to it. Giving us a bonus to a stat that is invisible to us, that we know exists, but just have to guess what it does. Gain 5% additional multicraft when affected by shattered essence. This is going to be exactly the same thing again, isn't it? If we unlock this and put a full 30 points into it, for starters, we should get at least 60 points just from putting 30 points in. But there should be at least 15 extra somewhere from this, ignoring these ones that give 25, 25, 25, 25, doubling the multicraft potency. I've got no way to actually test that, really, other than to make 100 ink, crafting 100 things to begin with, and then doing another 100 more once it's fully spec'd, and just hoping that the multicraft procs look twice as juicy. Basically no way to test it. Let's put another buff on then. Let's see if it shows multicraft with this. Yeah, multicraft 50. Oh, that's fucking wrong as well, isn't it? It should be 60 by minimum. Reported that as an issue. Just another example of locking out the regular people, whilst goblins will make the 1,000 of an item and figure it out. Yeah, I already have. I've given the feedback that because this node is buffing the percentage refund that resourcefulness gives, we know that resourcefulness is a 30% average refund. We know that because we've spent 2 expansions testing it and figuring all of this shit out. But there's nowhere in the game does it tell people what the baseline resourcefulness refund is. Same with multicraft. There's nothing in the game that tells you what multicraft actually does when it procs. You can hover over, let's go to the oils, for example. You can hover over multicraft here, and it says that you have a 15% chance to craft additional items. Well, that's great, but how many additional items? If you're going to give me a buff to the quantity of additional items, it'd be nice to tell me how many additional items I'm meant to be getting as a baseline figure. So then I know that by the time I've put 30 points in here, I've doubled it. It's an area of transparency that they need to be better at. It's on a duck count, 1, 2, many, yeah. And I'm going to assume exactly the same is the problem with this one. I reckon this is going to give me... This is also going to give me 50 ingenuity when it should give me at least 60. Plus whatever this flipping thing does. Ingenious breakthroughs refund an additional 5% of the concentration spent. Now at least that we can track. That tracks, look, because this has got a tooltip that is better. You have a 5% chance to have an ingenious breakthrough when you concentrate on a craft, refunding 50% of the concentration spent. It tells you the information you need to know. How much is refunded? 50%. If we put some points in here, it should go up to 55%. Yes. So now, whilst the chance of it happening hasn't increased, the potency of it has. You know, transparency, Blizz. Now if we put some points in this, gain an additional 5 ingenuity whilst affected by a shattered essence. Well, that will put 5... In theory, we should put 4 points in here. Let me see what 4 points does, because that should be 2 ingenuity per point. That should have increased. That should turn ingenuity on this to 8, in theory. It's still 0. Oh, it's so broken. This whole spectry really broken. So the 4 points there did absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So the question is if putting points in this is doing nothing, where's it pulling this 50 number from? It's pulling that 50 number literally out of its ass. Yeah, it's just completely making it up. The points you put in this don't correlate in any way, shape, or form to what you actually get. Gain 5 ingenuity whilst affected by shattered essence. Okay. Take that off. Rebuff. Now it says 10. It's just completely making it up, isn't it? So these aren't doing anything, but that's giving 10. That's probably giving 10. That's probably giving 10. That's 30. And I reckon this last one, if I do that out of curiosity, is that then going to bump this to 20? $20, yeah. Okay. What's actually going on behind the scenes is that the points you spend on it just simply don't work. This, while it says 5, is actually giving 10, and whilst that says 5, it's actually giving 10. They're the only things that are actually working. So I'm going to guess this one also gives 10. So 10, 20, 30. I bet this will say 30. Even though mathematically it shouldn't be 30. So whoever coded the shatter essence behind the scenes, now it says 50 ingenuity. Okay, so maybe that's 10, and then that's 30. Oh, God. So these are just a lie. Plus the points that you put in the plus 2 points that you're meant to get from every point that you spend in here just doesn't work. Just flat out doesn't work. That's 10, that's 10, that's 30. And meaning the final 5 points don't make a blind bit of difference. And we'll have to just open pray. Actually, what is a ingenuity refund looking like now? 65%? So that should put it up to 70 now, technically. If that node actually does what it says it should do. It does. Okay. So we start at 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. 70% maximum refund. So these nodes do what they claim to do. These nodes do something completely different to what they claim they should do. And the points that you put in it that should give you 2 ingenuity every time, flat out don't work. Lovely stuff. Okay. TLDR shatter buff is all types of fucked up. I'm not going to go into detail there. All right. All sorts of broken. Do I try now? How and who and what and where? Well, I can make one of these myself, can't I? Making these myself is not problematic. The fun thing, you use 1% less concentration when concentrating on Kazongar enchanting recipes. What's the odds that just don't work? Yeah, strong chance that just doesn't work. Well, make me one of these. Make me one of these with a... I need 3 of these. I want an ingenuity one. Where'd you go? I want an ingenuity one. I want a multicraft one. And I want a resourcefulness one. Oh shit, I made that one at 4. Oh, not enough concentration. Give me concentration. Yoink. Oh! They've just straight copied this item from the War Within. From the War Within beta where we only had 500 concentration. It still only gives 500 concentration refund. Fucking hell. Amateur hour. What? They both came through with ingenuity on them? I swear I changed the missive. Missive of ingenuity, missive of... Okay, well the missive of multicraft doesn't work. It gives ingenuity. Sure. Let's try the resourcefulness one. I don't think the missives work, you know. Oh, missives are broken, yes. Sure. Ingenuity, multicraft. If I just take it out, give me a weapon wrap, I'll just make a bunch of them. Until I get the ones I want.
If you ever need anything.
Oh no, I don't have enough concentration. I have to wait 17 seconds. Put the ingenuity one on. Give me a missive. Give me not a missive, a ingenuity tool with ingenuity. I'm going to put it on a vellum first. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why aren't you guaranteeing? I want a good one. Ingenuity tool with bonus ingenuity on it. There we go. I want a multicraft tool with a multicraft enchant on it. Not enough concentration. I don't like the fact that it doesn't tell you what the enchant does. Permanently enchants a profession tool with multicraft, increasing multicraft by 30. So it's 152 plus 30. It should be 182 increase, right? Start with 170. Should be 182 when we put it on. 182 plus what have we got right now? 170. Should go up to 352. 352, okay. Don't like the fact that it doesn't tell you what the enchant is doing, but sure. Multicraft tool with multicraft on it. Ingenuity tool with ingenuity on it. What does the ingenuity enchant do? Is it the same bonus? High quality one is meant to add 30 ingenuity. So it's the same again. Whatever our ingenuity is. 160. 160 plus 182. It should come out at 342. 342. Okay, well at least the enchants work. And the stats from the tools work. Okay, so ingenuity tool, multicraft tool, we need a resourcefulness tool. Your shit, delete you. Resourcefulness tool. Haven't we just decided these didn't work? I tried to do means I'm just going to random craft them until I get the one I want. Go on, resourcefulness. Multicraft. Shit. Go on, resourcefulness. Yay! There we go. And when we go resourcefulness, we stack resourcefulness enchant on it. Need some copper ingots.
Welcome, friend.
You gonna be from here?
Traveler. Goodbye.
I've been expecting you.
$152. Oh, we had an ingenious breakthrough on it. What would you know? So our resourcefulness currently sits at 140. Plus the 182 from the tool should put us up to 322. 322. Cool. Okay, they all work. They all work. Okay, now I need to figure out who makes the profession accessories for enchanting. Does anybody just happen to know off the top of their head? The wall within enchants are plus 115 currently on beta. Seems balanced. Well, yeah, the problem is the wall within ones are not going to have been stat squished, have they? Which is why the number's much bigger. Here's to here's to hoping that here's to hoping they do balance that for when the game actually goes live. Because if your war within tools end up being better to use than your flipping midnight ones, that's kind of broken for sure. Can we not have the crazy frog, please? Okay. Well, so far then, we've determined that Spellbound Shattering is just broken from every direction. Nothing about it works as intended, or at least either it does exactly what it should do, which is give you 50 of each stat. They need to do something. They either need to change what actually happens or change the wording of all of this, because none of it correlates. None of it does what it says it's meant to do. There's some pretty fundamental boo-boos with it, though, being that it tells you it's meant to give you 2 points for every point you spend. And at the moment, my testing shows that any point you spend doesn't give you any bonus at all, whatever. The only bonuses that you're gaining is from the actual nodes themselves. Not the 30 base points you're putting in it. So something's real wrong with this. We'll have to see how it plays out. But considering all it's doing is giving you bonus secondary stats, whatever it ends up being, it's the same for everybody. 50 of each base stat once you've fully spec'd it out is kind of pretty pathetic in terms of numbers, considering how much you got to put like flipping 120 knowledge points into this to get 50 of each stat is kind of real gross. But this could actually, believe it or not, be a scaling thing. They could have, if they've just copy and pasted the buff from the War Within. These stats probably make sense with the War Within, but the stats we actually are getting are the then squished stats, but something's broken with it. Enchants, there was only one bug in the tree, being the Harrineer one. There was no bugs in this tree. This just did everything as it stated it should do. There was a couple of weird things going on. The fact that you weren't actually able... There wasn't enough skill obtainable to guarantee some stuff. Which probably just requires some recipe difficulty balancing. But otherwise it worked. We kind of need to test Disenchanting now. But because I do know that skill has some effect on Disenchanting, I want to get my profession accessories for enchanting as well. So I can do a naked 0 skill bonus test and then see what happens when we stack it to the hills. Do we think it's inscription that makes it? I'm pretty sure it's going to be exactly the same as what it is in the War Within. So does inscription... hang on, let me just quickly look at my guide for... Goblin guide for enchanting the War Within. I'm going to assume it's exactly the same. Fashion tools and accessories. Jewel crafting and tailoring. Jewel crafting and tailoring. Well, we have actually made a jewel crafter, haven't we? Can we put in an order for our jewel crafter to make one? That one? No, that's a jewel crafting accessory. Which one is it? Inscription? Enchanting accessory. There we go. That's the one we need. That be the one we need. I wonder if ordering them from your alts actually works. I might need to level up and inspect all of the professions before I get to the point of doing the tools. Okay, maybe now is not the time to test Disenchanting. Maybe we test Disenchanting once we've got a little bit more of a put together set of characters. If we are going to need tailoring in order to make the... If we're going to need tailoring in order to make the tools for enchanting, maybe tailoring's the next profession we look at. My god, have I been streaming for 3 hours already? Oh my. Oh my. Okay, let's make a tailor. Without testing every single individual craft with Enchanting, it didn't seem too buggy or too broken or too far from what we'd have expected. Leveling it wasn't treacherously bad.
Champion.
I think, of course, I didn't look at it from the perspective of leveling it for concentration, but it looks okay. Tailoring.
Go in peace. I have just the thing for you.
You're going to need some tailoring goods. Enchanting, engineering, where's tailoring? Tailoring goodies. Set the skills of all midnight professions you know to their maximum value and teach you all associated recipes. I need one of those, I'm just not going to use it yet. Need a knowledge point thingy. Tailoring.
Ancestors watch over you.
Okay. Oh, you give me all of the pre-crafted bolts. I guess that sort of does make sense, doesn't it? They're on a cooldown. And all the vendor mats we need. Huh, even gives me enchant mats. Why are you giving me so many enchant mats? Tailoring. Vendor reagent, vendor reagent. Technically crafted. Let's put you out of the way. That Sunfire Silk Bolt is technically crafted. So is our Carno Weave Bolt. Bright Linen Bolts. Imbued Bright Linen Bolts. That's a crafted item that we will make ourselves, presumably. I don't want these pre-crafted bolts. There's our 3 base materials. There's our vendor reagents. I'll probably delete these and make these myself. As it will give a better indication of what you need to buy to level the profession.
I've been expecting you.
Hey. You can take basic linen, make some bolts to begin with. Why would you not? Go, go, gadget, go. Let me get a bit of a... Are we going to switch to these straight away? They take some of the linen bolts we've just made and give us some threads. I usually go by the theory that if you're going to be making a bunch of basic materials and you get skill points from them, make a bunch of them because you're going to need them anyway. Still get skill points even at skill 10. Is yellow at 15? Are we going to move on at 15? Probably not. Doggo. Doggo. When do we learn... Oh, that's interesting. When do we actually learn the imbued? We don't learn the imbued until 25. The imbued is going to use a bunch of these bright linen bolts that we're crafting anyway. Is this a weird one? Are we going to like go basically all the way to 25 just making bolts and then make yet more bolts? Are we skipping actually crafting any of the gear here? We might not bother making any of the gear. 19, 20, goes green. Surely at this point we make a few, right? To get to 25. Doggo alarm clock's going off. I might need to take the dog for a pee in a minute. The fact that this uses literally one linen a go. I'm going to take these all the way to 25, I think. Unless it goes grey at like 22 or something stupid. $24, still green. Go on, give me the one last point. One last point. There we go. Sometimes it feels a little bit silly to mass produce a bunch of stuff until it goes grey, but if we're going to use the bright linen bolts later on in leveling anyway, might as well get some free skill points from it. Because then it's not a waste. Now we can look at making the imbued bolts. Probably craft as many of these as we need later on in the later ons. We take the bright linen bolts that we've just crafted, craft a bunch of these. $28, $29, $30. Keep going. No reason to stop when it's guaranteed skill points. Now we might change our path, but our only other option is to start making these with the bright imbued bolts that we've just made. Add some dust to them and some vendor mats. They're guaranteed points. Hang on, boys and girls. I'm going to take the dog for a pee. Otherwise, she's going to sit there whinging until I do. I should be a good human. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls, and then we'll continue on. Okay. My adultly human duties are done for 5 minutes. Let's, where do we get to with tailoring then? Oh yeah, it's weird. We've not crafted anything yet and we're skill 35. Do we want to continue making bolts? Assuming we use them later on, or could at least sell them on, then there's no real reason to not do. We're not going to get all the way to 50 anyway. We're going to have to start making something in a minute. Weirdly, it will either be shoulders, which takes some of the bolts that we've made, and at the moment, just more vendor mats. Kind of making it hard to not make these right now, to be honest. Do we make a few more of these and then make 5 pairs of those to get to 50? That feels sort of like what we do. $7, $38, $39. Go on, get lucky. Boom, 40. And then, okay, now we've actually ran out of bright linen bolts to make the 5 of these we need. That's fine. We can make a few more. And then 5 sets of those, which will very clearly be disenchant fodder. Because we're not going to be making these at any good quality anytime soon. But it's 5 easy skill points. Oh, or not, because they go yellow after making 5 of them. Meaning we might need to make a few more. Or maybe when they stop giving 2 guaranteed skill points, we start making a few of these instead. No, these are still way too cheap to not make. Just make a bunch more bright linen bolts. There's enough for 3 sets of those. Go on, RNG. Bless us. Go on. 50. Then we learn the bags. And it's bags we probably... I mean, we're not going to take bags all the way to 100, are we? Are we really? There's got to be better options out there than taking bags all the way to 100. That's going to get real expensive real quick. Speccing into end game gear in some way, shape or form will give you recipes that will probably give you skill points all the way to 100 from this point. But you want to get most of the way there if you can first. What about the other spell threads? Because these are going to be concentration bait as well. Buy it with Moxie. Drops from the Void Spire. Fallen King Salhadar. That's going to be a raid boss, isn't it? Is that a raid boss?
We shall meet again.
Yeah. So that recipe isn't possible to obtain until the raid boss comes out. So not really wise to suggest people level their professions using that one. Not to mention it's probably going to be expensive. Is it any good? Increase in intellect, stamina by 70, intellect by 32, and mana by 3%. It's definitely the one people want. Gonna be the one people want. That's the Sunfire Silk spell thread. intellect by 32 and stamina. I mean, healers will be happy probably with the plus mana one, but the one that will actually sell is going to be the one that then comes from the raid. What's the other spell thread that we already know? The bright linen one. Yeah, fucking nobody cares about that. Yeah, okay, that's fun then. So the spell thread that people want is going to come from the raid. We can't get the recipe for that to help level our profession. Each route uses moats as well. Everything uses moats. Flipping everything uses moats. What about the optional reagents? These are sometimes good for leveling the profession. Drop some Magus' Terrace. World drop. Can't really be relied on to get those recipes very easily then. So, unless you are planning on going elbow deep into gear crafting via work orders, or you're going the profession gear route, in which you will probably be looking at all of these recipes cost you Moxie to get. There is so I think there is so many different different paths, but you're going to need so many different tailors to be self-sufficient with the profession gear, because I don't think we're going to get that much Moxie very quickly. The fact that every single one of these profession gear items takes 150 Moxie, and I don't think we're going to get much more than past the initial first blast of Moxie that you get. I don't think we're getting more than about 75 Moxie a week, honestly. Which could very quickly mean that you might not even be able to get one of these recipes a week. Are we getting 5 per first time craft? Yeah, you get 5 for every knowledge point that you gain. So first time crafts will give you 5 Moxie each. There'll be that big zerg of Moxie at the beginning from leveling your profession and first time crafts and stuff, but they're one-time sources, don't forget. Once you've spent that Moxie, what is the weekly Moxie gain going to look like? It's going to be your weekly knowledge points. So let's say you get 10 knowledge points from profession orders, from patron orders and stuff like that. So that's 50 Moxie a week. You got your 2 treasures, which is another 4 Moxie, which is another 20 Moxie, so that's 70 Moxie. Your scribe book, which is another 5 Moxie. A weekly quest maybe that gives you 2 or 3. At best, you're probably getting 100 Moxie a week. Which, if every recipe is going to cost you 150, it's going to take people a while to get more than a couple of recipes. Which is good for people that spec into this shit, though, right? This is what I mean. Like, for Season 1, this is really good. It means that whichever recipe you get, you won't be bombarded with 15,000 other crafters that also have that same recipe. But it does mean you're going to have to make sure that somebody in your guild, or somebody that you're willing to, that you know, is going to be responsible for getting that thing, right? And that also, for me, puts a real big question mark on whether people will bother buying. And because if the rare profession gear costs Moxie to buy the recipe for it, but everybody wants the epic ones, regardless of whether it ends up costing Moxie to craft these or not, you're just not going to have anybody. You'd be kind of mental to bother even buying the recipes for the blue ones. You just everybody, the entire player base just needs to agree amongst themselves that we just skip the blue ones, go straight to the epic ones. it'll be a real bad day in the office if you spend your moxie buying a blue recipe, not realizing there's an epic one. And then everybody wants the epic one and nobody wants the blue one. Like that's a real feels bad. But anyway, that aside, back to actually leveling the profession in the first place. We can't rely on getting the Sunfire Silk Spell Thread recipe in the first couple of weeks of the expansion. Now, of course, once the raid is out, anybody leveling a tailor at any point past week 2 of the expansion, this might actually end up being a very good way to level the profession. You will buy this recipe, and it's probably something that you'd be leveling the tailor to craft anyway. Other than that, interestingly, PvP recipes are looking at giving 2 skill points at this point still. Now, PvP recipes will be available on the auction house literally day 1. And especially those crafters who want their first time craft bonuses and they want that extra moxie and they want those knowledge points will probably be looking to complete the set of PvP gear anyway. So there's an option there for getting some of these and crafting them to get past 50. But I weirdly do think that actually just crafting bags is going to be the way that you're going to level the profession. Bags ain't going to be cheap, though. Sunfire Silk backpacks, 38 slot bags. Nice, juicy bags, but they ain't going to be cheap. 6 motes of primal energy. 250 gold a piece on that. That's 1,500 gold right there. Before you take into consideration 10 cooldown bolts and 32 rare drop requires speccing into silk. Do motes seem to be more commonly used in popular crafts? Maybe worth to target certain stuff in herbing and mining skill tree. Yeah, that's very, very difficult to sort of like figure out right now, but I'm already thinking that the consensus is that miners should probably spec pretty heavily into gaining motes, because think about how people do farming, right? They have herbalism and mining on the same character. So you can spec your mining into being pretty good at getting motes, and you can use your overload ability on the speciality nodes when mining, because you can use mining as a good way to get motes. Herbalism, on the other hand, you might want to actually spec into more... Or, sorry, the other way around. You might use herbalism to get the motes, but mining you might spec into just getting more of the dazzling thorium ore. You might want to go like full into thorium or mining, because that like nullstone kind of money. So you might go motes with herbalism, but mining you might go spec into just getting more of the thorium. That would mean that when you're flying around, you're getting the most amount of motes, you're getting the most amount of thorium, and obviously you're getting all the herbs and ore alongside it as well. That sort of setup for your herb and miner might get you that sort of, 50, 60, 70,000 gold an hour. And you just then farm in the zone that has the mote that is the most expensive mote on the day you're doing the farming. Whichever one ends up actually being like the rarest or the most needed. But that will fluctuate, because there's probably lots of professions that are going to use a huge amount of one type of mote when leveling up the profession. But then it's a different story when everybody has leveled up the profession and starts mass producing stuff. The big boy potion uses mote of light. So there's a strong chance that the mote of light will be in very high demand at the beginning of a season, because every single DPS class that pops a potion, boom, there goes a moat. That demand is going to be off the charts. But I don't know. It's all guesswork, really. I'm also not a big fan of suggesting people spend their spec points in their tree to unlock recipes to level their profession. Because what then happens if you don't want to spec in that direction, you know? Let's say you want to spec into being very good at making the profession tools, for example. You're probably not then going to be putting a whole bunch of points in Sindori Finery. Because you have an entire... Or if you're trying to be like bulk crafter or something, you know. So I think the only way to level to 100 reliably is going to be making the bags, you know. That's not going to make tailoring very cheap to level. Because these are not going to be very cheap. But the theory is you should technically be able to sell them for whatever it costs you to make them. Maybe not day 1 or day 2 because there'll be an absolute flood of them. Will it even be viable to do that, though? Because 10 Sunfire Silk bolts require other people to have already spec'd into making those bolts, which are on a cooldown. Although, as soon as you do unlock it, you do get access to, like, 10 crafts, so I'm sure people will be doing it from day 1. I don't think there'll be any time restriction on doing those. Maybe it is just bags all the way. Bags all the way to max rank, maybe. Need some moats. Give me some moats.
Money, friend.
The winds guide you.
We learn everything we can learn from the... Oh! No decor recipes. No decor recipes. Where do all the decor recipes come from in tailoring? Moxie. Moxie. Broken. Also broken. Clothes make a man. Eversong Woods. Questline. Doesn't give skill though. So even if you go get it, even if you go get the recipe, it doesn't give skill. Broken. I'm going to assume then that these two that were broken, luxurious Silver Moon lounge cushion and the plush Silver Moon bed, I'm going to assume those are meant to be recipes that you learn from the trainer at 80. Or maybe this Void Strider saddle bag. So, 2 of these are probably meant to be learned from the trainer. Does Decor Crafts reward knowledge? Well, you will have a first time craft bonus on it, so I'd imagine so. I would guess. What do I not have enough of? I only have enough to make 16 of these. Wow, only 100. Oh, Jesus. I didn't buy enough moats.
Hey, how you doing? Hurry back.
Greetings, traveler.
God, I hope these do give skill points all the way to 100. Otherwise, I have no idea how you level tailoring. Do you know if the profession gear needs Moxie? It should need Moxie. It's just not been added to them yet. If you look at the tooltip for Moxie, it specifically says used for purchasing midnight tailoring recipes, crafting midnight tailoring profession tools and accessories, and for obtaining high quality reagents. So yeah, you are meant. It's meant to cost Moxie to make them. It just hasn't been added to them yet. Alright, let's see when these stop giving 2 skill points. Well, let's see if we can basically craft bags all the way to 100. Oh my god, they go yellow at 60. That's a problem. That means you're not taking them all the way to 100. What are you taking all the way to 100? PvP gear's also gone yellow at this point. You might be able to squeeze out 5 more knowledge points. Okay, this is one of those scenarios then where you might have to use baby sparks to level to 100 quickly. Yeah, because I really don't want to suggest people buy a recipe with Moxie just to level. Wowhead has the blue lining caps at 100. What are we talking about? Spell weave to 100, but you have to buy the recipe. It's not a pretty trip to 100 though here, is it? Spell thread you can't get until the raid launches. This one requires you Moxie to buy it. PvP gear is going to go green and go grey way before 100. Profession gear might take you all the way, but that's also going to mean you have to put spec points into it, right? There's no quick and easy way to get any of these other than buying the recipes with Moxie. And even then, you might not be able to mass craft this unless you can do orders for it. You're going to have to pick up a piece of endgame gear or buy a recipe off the auction house. Sunfire silk lining. This one. World nullius creatures. It's, yeah, it puts question, I mean, even if that does go to 100, it puts question marks on it though, don't it? It puts question marks on, like, how much is that recipe going to cost? What you really want to see with the professions when it comes to leveling is, like, a deterministic path to success that doesn't require, like, RNG. Drop from a boss in a dungeon might make it, you know, you don't want to rely on a recipe being super duper mega cheap. There might not be another option. All of these come from the spec trees by speccing into making gear. Learn a sub-spec. Do any of the first nodes give a recipe or something? Gain 5 skill when crafting. Gain ingenuity when crafting shit. Learn to add optional reagents to cloth, armor, and profession equipment. Oh, that's interesting. Just purely unlocking this tree is going to be, regardless of whether you plan on going this route or not, if you go profession gear or you go cloth armor crafting, you're going to unlock this anyway. Is there something quick and easy? Subspec, ingenuity, subspec. Don't get your first subspec until 5 points in it. Learn a subspec. Enemies in midnight zones can now drop Sunfire Silk. Learn how to make Arcana Weave bolts. Learn how to make Sunfire Silk bolts. Do those bolts... No, these bolts don't... Even the cooldown bolts don't give you skill points. I was just thinking maybe if it's, you know, if it's 5 knowledge points, you can kind of get away with it. Suggesting people spend 5 knowledge points somewhere to unlock one of these recipes. Learn how to make Sunfire Silk bolts or learn how to make Arcana Weave bolts. 5 points is an acceptable thing to tell people to spend, but if these don't give you skill points anyway, then there's no point. High quality cloth can now drop in midnight zones after 10 points in fabric specialist. That's going to make high quality cloth real fucking cheap. All you got to do is put 10 points in a spec tree and you can start getting high quality cloth. Doesn't seem like you have to do a lot to get high quality cloth. High quality cloth drops more often in midnight zones after 30 points. Is 10 points in this an absolute default must-have for like every tailor anyway? Cloth drops more often in Eversong Woods and Zulaman. Cloth drops more often in the Rootlands and the Voidlands. None of this is helping us level up the profession though. High quality cloth drops more often in the Rootlands and the Voidlands. Still calls it the Rootlands, by the way. Thought they'd got past calling it the Rootlands. Learn a subspec straight away. Multi-crafting grants 20% additional goods. Spend 3% less concentration. Gain 10 skill when crafting anything. Resourcefulness saves additional materials. For the farmer spec, it's not a must-have for tailors. I know it's not a must-have, but yeah. Yeah, there's not a clear and obvious thing to suggest people do in order to actually level the profession. I kind of half think that these bolts should give you skill points, honestly. Because then it would be as much as to tell somebody to put 5 points in this node. That will then mean that they can start crafting either Sunfire Silk bolts or Arcana Weave bolts. And then use your cooldowns to craft those bolts until you hit 100. I think these should give you a skill point all the way to 100, really. Otherwise, your path to 100 is actually really gross. I said, or you got to start telling people that you must go spend 150 moxie on a recipe. Which won't go down well in a leveling guide. Or hope to all hell that one of these two ends up being, like, easy to get. Sunfire silk lining, Arcano weave lining.
Yeah, what do you want?
Looking for something special?
Okay, they're not even on there.
May the eternal sun shine.
Spent too much time doing the hyperspawn farm during the early days of the War Within. Sad to see tailoring died too early. I made so much money off people doing that hyperspawn. And I didn't have to do it for a single second myself. It was the same in the War Within, that you had to buy the lining recipe. Yeah, it does feel a bit odd that you know, it should be that trainer recipes will get you most of the way, even if it's expensive. Now, I mean, you could probably take it to 70. Like, it's going to be really expensive, but you could go to 70 just crafting bags. At least the bags you will then go out and sell them. But it's... you would want something more reliable than that, surely. When do these go green? You'll absolutely stop doing these when they go green. One more. Yeah, they go green at 70. You ain't never crafting these past 70. You really are then having to either spec into whatever your planned path is with tailoring, whether that be gear, whether that be profession gear, or you're going to have to wait until the raid comes out to get your spell thread of choice, the one everybody's going to want, or you have to spend moxie on the spell thread that most people won't want. Two things that makes it feel like a bad decision. Alternatively, hope and pray that either of these recipes you can get your hands on. And then mass craft these by the looks of things to 100. These there'll be some monopolization going on these recipes if it ends up being the only way to get Taylor into 100 though. People will be buying these as like sniping these on site and just relisting them for 10 times the price, knowing that every single tailor's going to want to buy one. Alright, well that's at least feedback that leveling to 100 feels kind of gross past 70. Even past 60 to be honest. Uh, 70 plus will require auction house pattern. 70 plus will require an auction house pattern. Probably the way I would describe this. Auction house pattern or unlocking a final spec recipe. So a final spec recipe would be like if your tailor is planning on going, I don't know, slippers, then you'd put points in whatever you need in here to unlock the slippers, which would be like, I don't know, how many? 10 points in here, I'm going to guess. 5 points in here. 10 points in here. Yeah, you'd spend 15 points, you'd unlock your slippers, and then you could either start crafting these for people. You'd need 10 orders to get your slippers up to 100, or alternatively, you craft 10 baby sparks. You craft 10 baby sparks with your engineering alt, and you craft 10 low-level throwaway versions of these just to get the level points. I don't know how the supply of cloth is going to keep up with the changes to loot and 2x4. Prices are going to be mad, no. Possibly. The supply of cloth is a bit of a question mark, because in the War Within, the cloth predominant, like the standard cloth, I can't remember the name of the flipping stuff, but the standard cloth that everybody wanted was actually mostly generated via, or the level quality 2 stuff anyway, was generated via thaumaturgy. The reality was that there wasn't a huge consumption of the quality 3 stuff because the quality 2 stuff was good enough in most cases. But yeah, quality 3 cloth was then also always expensive. Without thaumaturgy in play, there is far more reliance on tailors going out and doing the farming. But one thing we know for sure is any time something is expensive, farmers will flood to it. There'll be no problem. Farmers will flood to it. You know, if people find out you can make 40,000 gold an hour farming cloth, you bet your ass there'll be people farming cloth. How they farm it, we'll find out. But if, you know, the reality is if there's a shortage of something, it gets expensive. As soon as it gets expensive, people notice and people go and try and find out how to make that thing. So it figures itself out generally, but I do think basic cloth could end up being even more expensive than what it's been in the War Within, which is crazy considering for the last 18 years of this game, cloth was always like basically free because everybody got it. Now that they've given it only to tailors, and second to that, tailors have to also specialize into being good at getting it, will probably cause cloth to be more expensive than it is today. But if it is more expensive than it is today, you bet your ass people will go out and farm it, whatever the way is. People will find out. Dog, what are you doing? I'm lambs. What are you doing? Staring at the neighbours? Lurking at the neighbours? I open the blinds in that little window, and she's now very interested by every time somebody walks past. Don't eat the TV remote, dog. Hopefully you can farm cloth in dungeons. You probably will be able to, yeah. It's one of those things that I reckon people that, you know, Dark Flame Cleft, dungeon farming, follower dungeon farming was a thing. There will be something similar to that, I would imagine. Whether it becomes the quote-unquote best way to farm cloth or not, we'll have to find out. But you're going to want to put 30, 80 points into tailoring to get really good at farming cloth if you do that. But yeah, I think you're probably going to, for leveling tailoring under normal circumstances, spec into something Spec into the thing you plan to use your tailoring for, and then if it's profession gear via work orders, just baby spark it all the way to 100. Or if you're going the profession gear route, you should, if you are going the profession gear route, the likelihood is you're going to find quite a lot of customers quite quickly, because it's the beginning of the expansion when everybody is leveling their professions, and hence why the profession gear is a good route to go in the first place. But you would probably want to get yourself one of your epic patterns. Spend some of your moxie at this point. You might not actually even have 150 moxie at this point. How many knowledge? We've only crafted 4 things, which means we've only got 4 knowledge points. All right, go fly around, get your treasures. 8, 16, 24 times 5. Let's call that 150 yeah, okay. Go do your treasures and do a few first-time crafts. Go buy your epic profession thing of choice. Then spec into it to get good at crafting it. Then craft it a bunch. Then, hey presto, you'll hit 100 that way. Or buy a recipe off the auction house, hope to all hell it's not super duper mega expensive, and spam it 30 times. It's not pretty, is it? None of the options to get tailoring to 100 are particularly elegant. Weirdly, the best way to do it is to buy one of these recipes off the auction house and spam it to 100, because then it, you know, opens that tailor up to do whatever that tailor wants to do. If we use the... Oh, sets the skill of midnight professions you know to their maximum value and teaches you all of their associated recipes. Oh, I want the recipes, but I want the recipes, but I don't want the skill. Lining... Are either of these lining recipes anywhere?
Interesting.
You don't sell any recipes. Oh, you do sell recipes. That's the crafted item. I want the recipe for it. No.
I've been expecting you.
Why is there not just a bag of profession recipes? That's the PvP recipes. That's the profession item. What's a blood elf pillow? Pattern blood elf pillow. Oh, that's a decor recipe. Were the decor recipes giving skill? I bet they weren't.
We shall meet again.
No, these don't give skill anyway. Alright, well, I'm not going to mess around too much trying to find a solution that clearly isn't there. Tailoring is just going to be a bit of a ball ache to level to 100. Spam the shit out of these, hope they go all the way to 100. Or pick up a spell thread recipe. Arguably the wrong spell thread recipe, annoyingly. But arguably spend 150 moxie, get the wrong recipe, use that to spam to 100. You'd have to craft that 15 times. It's equally not very fun. Yeah, it's just, it's just icky. I don't like it. I don't like it. That said, though, what we can do now, even though I don't like it, is 70 enough to unlock all the spectries. No, you need 75 to unlock all the spectries. Ugh, all the more reason for you to get to at least 75. Just so you have all the spectries unlocked. That's double gross. Tailoring. Leveling to 100 feels gross. You reach 60 to 70 and run out of comfortable. Be the work orders for a gear slot or spamming a hopefully cheap then I think they just need to make these bolts. I think the smart move is just to make these bolts give skill points all the way up. Then you spend 5 points in you spend 5 points in this tree. Oh, I haven't even got 5 knowledge points. You spend 5 points in this tree. You unlock either your Sunfire Silk or your Arcano Weave cooldown, and then you just use the cooldown to get to 100. That's something that tailors should probably be doing anyway, is crafting these on cooldown regardless. Especially if these bolts actually end up going into a bunch of stuff. Sunfire Silk. Sunfire Silk bolts. Well, somebody's got to unlock them and craft them for everybody else to craft the backpacks in the first place. But they go into decor items this time round, which will draw some more need for these. They are, of course, used in every single craft. They're not used in really any consumable, though. Not in great quantities. So the bolts might actually feel a lot like they have in the War Within, being quite low margin quite quickly. And in the War Within, you kind of had to utilize vertical integration to even craft them profitably, even though they were on a cooldown, which felt weird at times. Not something that's even possible really this time round. Oh yeah, these are icky, aren't they? These are icky. What about the Sunfire Cloak? There's always going to be people that want it. That is true. There are always going to be people that want it. Five points in here. 10 points in here unlocks your cloak. Siren Shroud. Where's the Sunfire Cloak come from? Nimble Needlework, Sunfire Silk, 10 points. Yeah, your real problem is absolutely nobody's going to want this. These kind of, these mini sets are usually dead on arrival. Unless they are so good that they're best in slot for everybody, which is very rarely the case. I don't think has ever been the case, really. You'd be better off spending 15 points and unlocking the actual cape here, this thing. Because at least that is something that is equipable by every class, and there will always be customers for that. And worst case scenario, you can slam some baby sparks in there. You see the Penguin is back. Nice to see her adding some content once again. I didn't notice she put something out on YouTube, actually. I think she did a lot of the... I think she did a bunch of the profession... I think she did a bunch of the profession guides for Wowhead last expansion, so she might be just kind of side hustling that a little bit. Not even sure if I'm subbed to Penguin. Channel's a little bit difficult to search for. Oh, she's not put out a new video. Is she back streaming or something? Either way, it's another content creator. She knows what she's talking about. Yeah. Either way, leveling this feels gross. I'm a bit stun-locked by just how annoying this is to level. I feel as if there should be something that makes it worthwhile doing, but there really isn't. The change, though, I do think the subtle change would be just making these Sunfire Silk bolts and Arcano Weave bolt cooldown crafts give a skill point guaranteed. 10 of those, you know, they take a little while to refresh, but within a few days you'll have it done, you know. Made a short for housing? Oh, was that what she did? Okay. I have all forms of shorts disabled on YouTube, so I don't see them. I'm absorbing short form. It's usually TikTok, if I'm honest. What did we use in terms of materials to do what we did anyway? We went through... Did we really only go through 50 cloth? Okay, we went through 50 cloth. We only went through 50 cloth, but we went through nearly 400 Sunfire Silk. That'll be making all of these bags. That's not going to be very friendly. That's not going to be very friendly. You can't go through nearly 600 cloth leveling up. No way. How many cloth was each of those bags? 32 per bag. Oh, Christ on a bicycle. Yeah, that's also probably not going to happen. You can't go through 600 of that just to level the profession. And only 50 of the basic bitch cloth. No. Tailoring needs looking at. Tailoring is broken. There's also part of me, by the way, that thinks these imbued bright linen bolts are just kind of useless. Like, imbued with what? Why is there not, like... Why does this not take dust to craft? Why did the profession bag give us a bunch of dust, a bunch of crystals, and a bunch of shards for tailoring? If we don't... You know, I think this is meant to have dust attached to it, which makes these a little bit more lucrative, maybe, to make, cost a little bit more. But there definitely needs to be some revisit to how you level this, because it's a bit of a shit show, isn't it? Right, I'm going to brain it up. Set the profession to 100. Give me all the recipes. Now we've got all the recipes and everything. Now we can start looking at... Give me some knowledge points. So yeah, leveling is gross. Don't like leveling. Can confirm. Not a fan of leveling. What does the fiber arts do then? Skill when crafting tailoring recipes for each point in this specialization. Crafting any tailoring recipe. Oh, well, there's a guaranteed must-have 30 points if you're crafting anything then. Oh, we got this business again. We've got this business again where one tree is not good enough. You're going to want to put 30 points in here. Or you're going to need 30 points in here, whatever you do. Let's simulate crafting cloaks. Let's say we want to go the cloak crafting route. One skill per point. Okay, we don't have an actual recipe, but let's look at a standard boring bolt or something for now. 175. Should be 180. That's not a great start. Oh, cloth equipment. Oh, okay, I balls that up already. $402. 407. Okay, so the points work in that one. Did we get ingenuity? Did we get the 5 ingenuity? Got 10. Did we gain 5 more from somewhere else somewhere? Maybe we did. That's another 15 skill on top. Should be. Yeah. What's our resourcefulness at right now? Nothing. Does this give us 15 resourcefulness? Yes. And it did give us more skill. So that's working. Learn to use finishing reagents on robes, trousers, and cloaks. Where's the robes? Robes. Finishing reagents, yes. What are we meant to get by points in this? Skill. So at 432. That should be 5 more, plus a little bit more ingenuity. Yep. Yeah, okay, that works. Subspec. 15 resourcefulness. That should put resourcefulness up to 30. That node works. Yep. Subspec is boring. 5 more skill. Subspec. Okay, so we should be getting 15, 20 more points than what we've got. 447. 467. Okay, so that's working. Said on our Discord, yes, I plan on having another prep series for Midnight. Same sort of thing as I did for Dragonflight The War Within. But as of right now, Midnight is looking very, very similar to The War Within. Yep. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. Where the Christ do all of these points come from then? We must be getting an absolute metric ton of skill points from this final. We want to go the cloaks thing. Prove at making cloaks gain +1 skill per point. Well, that gives us the recipe. +1 point per, plus another 5. What are we at? 467. That should put us at 477. Yes. Skill, 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 and 3% less concentration used. 5, 10. So that should be... Oops. I want to stop at 19. Be a bunch of extra skill. 501 skill. 338 concentration. So our skill should go up and our concentration should go down with this final node. It does go down, not by a lot though. It's kind of a minuscule amount, but it works. It does its thing. This is going to be interesting. When you are looking at gear crafting again, you're requiring 2 spec trees again. This has been a thing for 2 expansions now, and it's one of the things that I really expected Blizzard to simplify. They clearly didn't. The fact that just putting points in the gear crafting tree is not good enough to get good at crafting gear, as weird as it sounds. Because look, we're still left like only crafting something at quality 3. And some people look at this and they're like, well, I've put all the points I possibly can into making cloaks. Why can't I craft cloaks at top quality? When the easy answer is that there is more skill to be gained from other players. I know we're 40 points short up here, but we're missing like a metric fuck ton of points. So actually, we need points in fiber arts, don't we? Gain +1 skill while crafting midnight tailoring recipes for each point. So there's up to 30 points available from this node alone. That's gonna, so it's gonna give us 5 skill and 5 more ingenuity. What's our ingenuity at? Like 15. 507 skill. So that should give us a little bit more skill. Yeah, that's pushed our skill up. And it did push our ingenuity up by the 5 it said it should. Was it 1 skill per point? So that's +15. What are we on? 512 +15. Yep, 527. +5 resourcefulness. What's our resourcefulness? 30. Plus another 10 skill. 35. 537. Learn a sub-spec and get 15% crafting speed. Do we have any crafting speed right now? No. Is that flat 15%?